Okay, we're just about to get on the space now. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, sorted. Refresh that. Okay, cool, guys. Come across there. I'll put the tweet out, but Siddharth has put the link in. We're going across to there. Okay, we're back on the space, guys. If you can let me know if it's working on the YouTube chat, let me know if it's working, and then we'll take it from there. Smash a like and share. Yes, do that as well. Sounds good on YouTube. Brilliant. Okay, let's get into the space. Let me give you guys. Oh, let me switch this light off because it blinds me. 1 second, guys, and then we're gonna get into the space. Quite a bit of news was coming out while we were speaking, so I'll get through the news with you, and then we'll take it from there. So, okay. Let me actually put the YouTube link out first, and then I'll go to the news. And the reason I want to put the YouTube link out is so people know that we're on the space. Okay, just 1 second while I put the YouTube link out. Okay, just about to put it out, and then we'll be live. Just 1 second. I really enjoyed the interview with David Eichmann. Okay, live on YouTube, and join the conversation. Okay, sweet. Okay, we had about 4 different types of interviews there, right? We had like the one with David Icke, which covered a broad amount of issues. We had the one with Dr. Tusa about the hantavirus. We had the one with Harrison Smith about mainly US politics. And then we had the one with Professor Izadi about Iran. So I think it was really good. Great interviews. Let me just put that link in the nest for you guys. Oops. And then we'll get it from there. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, let me. Almost done. Sorry, it's a bit of a switch over. But guys, I'm just a one-man band. You know how it is. Gotta do what we gotta do. Okay, let's get into the news. Let me just. Okay. Let's get into the news. Okay, the first thing is Trump says he doesn't care about the financial impact the Iran war is having on Americans. He was asked the question, did you say earlier that the only thing that matters to you with Iran is nuclear weapons? You're not considering the financial impact this war is having on Americans? A reporter asked him. He replied, the most important thing by far is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Every American understands this. If the stock market goes up or down a little bit, the American people understand it. I mean, he thinks the stock market impacts American people, but obviously it doesn't. But he thinks he can manipulate people into thinking that. Saudi Arabia secretly struck Iran during the war, according to Reuters. Saudi Arabian Air Force launched direct, publicized strikes on Iranian soil in late March 2026. First time in history. The strikes were retaliations for Iranian attacks that pierced the US military umbrella inside the kingdom. So Saudi Arabia also hit Iran during the war. That is the new breaking news. Trump said, as soon as this war is over, which will not be long, you're going to see the golden age of America. And you're seeing it right now. He says, on oil, you're going to have a gusher of oil like you've never had before. I thought it would go up much more. We assume oil would be much more higher, or that it would go much more higher. A reporter asked him, what is going to be your red line to end the ceasefire? He says, we're going to see where we'll be thinking about it on the flight. What? We're going to see. We're going to be thinking about it on the flight. That's hilarious. That's Trump for you. Like, making no sense whatsoever. That's what he said. So, craziness. Let's put it that way. Okay, let me just put the link out actually to a few people. Yeah, guys, we're back on the space. So retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. If you could do that for me, that would be awesome. Let's retweet the space, reshare the space. It was awesome. Okay. I need to send this link out to a few people actually. I've got no panel at all. Okay, I'll give the news and then I'll take it from there. What else have we got? Trump and Iran. He said, we'll win it peacefully or otherwise. So he said, we'll win it peacefully or otherwise. So he's basically saying, we're going to win irrespective of what happens, and we're either going to get violent or it's going to be done via a deal. The issue you got with the deal is Trump is basically not moving from his demands at all. And so you have a scenario where both sides are so far apart that they're not able to even get close to each other. And that's why a deal looks a lot more ominous, looks like it's really far away. You know, my view on this has always been consistent. I always believed that the war was going to become kinetic again. I know most people didn't agree, and that's fine. You don't need to agree. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that. Let me change the title to Iran to get nuclear bomb. Okay, so coming back to it. He goes, he was asked, what is your message to President Xi on the Iran war? What's your message to President Xi on the Iran war? This is what he had to say. He said, I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what he means. I don't even know what he's saying. What is he on about? What do you mean he's been good? I thought you were claiming that they were sending weapons to Iran. Trump says the Pakistanis are great. He says, are you considering the Pakistan as mediators? He goes, no, they're great. Of course they're great. They continue to relay what you want. Someone asked him, at what point will you be done with the negotiations with Iran? Like, basically, at what point will it be where there's point of no return? And he had the following to say. He said, we're going to see what happens. We're only going to make a good deal. That's what he said. Let me just get some more news. 1 second. So here we go. He said the following about Iran. He said, either we're going to make a deal or they're going to be decimated. This is what he had to say. So yeah, he's just acting crazy as ever, to be honest. All right, what else we got? Okay, we're gonna make a deal, or they're gonna get decimated one way or another. We win. He also said Trump demands Starmer to crack down on illegal migration. He goes, open up your oil in the North Sea and get tough on immigration. Europe has been very, very out by immigration. A little late for that. I mean, I'd say the US immigration is worse than the UK, so I'm not sure he's talking about that. Okay. Trump said, we and China are the two superpowers of the world. He's right about that. Trump just put Iran on no. Okay, he said they're gonna do the right thing, or we're just gonna have to finish the job. He said NATO was very disappointing to me. NATO was not there when we wanted them. We don't need NATO, but if we needed them, they just weren't there. He's funny, bro. It's complete contradiction. Okay. He was asked, do you need President Xi to intervene in Iran? He said, no, I don't think we need any help with Iran. We'll win it one way or another. We'll win it peacefully or otherwise. I mentioned that already. Okay, let's go to some speakers. Who's this guy who's come up? Ghost, go ahead, Ghost. What's your thoughts?
Hey, what's up? Where do you want to start off at?
I don't know. You requested the mic. What did you want to speak about?
Yeah, no, that's, I didn't realize you're doing like one-on-one interviews with those people. But I guess we could start with the guy that was talking last about like his predictions about a dark horse per se and the people he picked. Um, he didn't really get in depth with it, which makes me think that he possibly doesn't have all of his ducks lined up. This goes for like either side, um, their version of a dark horse. But I think Rubio is trying to manufacture a redemption arc, uh, as long with everybody else, like Tucker and Vance, right? These are all people that went against the grain of a traditional conservative, right? And conservatives vote based on um, let's see, they basically vote on like investing, right? So you have like people with money and people with secrets. And so if people don't trust the CIA, why would they put Tucker in there? And if people look at the presidential debate with Rubio and Trump, you think, why would you want Rubio there or Vance there? But people change, and we don't know if they got pilled into, someone that actually isn't going to run as a politician, more of a man out of their country. And so I would say no one really knows the intentions besides the work they're putting in right now. And they're very careful what they're saying, but I'd say the left is the same way. They're just a little bit more flagrant about it. So candidate wise for 2028 with the Massey thing, I wish there was more than one person like Massey. And the reason is all these dark horses that this Alex Jones guy had mentioned uh, are going to only work, and they can work if they don't put voter ID, right? They got this like bill they're trying to pass. If there's no voter ID, any of those guys, it's possible, right? Because there's already money. There's money everywhere. So when you get voter ID in, you get a little bit more of the volume turn up on we the people, right? Because now you can't really cheat the system with dead people or, systems that need to be updated. Half portion of the voting is online through the ATM things, not paper ballots. You got mail in, certain kinds of mail in, right? Some have been normal for a long time, right? For the military. So that's normal. That was there for a reason. But so I'd say voter ID is gonna definitely let people know what's going on. It's like the fog in the water, right? It's crystal clear, and then you splash it all up on purpose. That's what I think everybody's doing. A little bit everybody's doing. Everybody's, what I mean, trying to think that they're using Alexander the Great methods when it
Hmm.
comes to trying to confuse people or round people up together. And so, I'm just going to touch on a couple points. And the other thing is the
Yeah, just
whole.
I'll come back to you in a second, Gus, because you're like going on for ages, like some not a monologue, right? So cool. We'll come back to you in a second. Do you want to welcome Andrew onto the stage? Andrew, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Hey, Suleiman, great. Thank you. Thank you. You've got a great list lined up this morning. You topped it off, starting off with David. Oh, my goodness. First time I ever heard him in an interview, other than, of course, his podcast up, but an actual interview. And your interaction with him is extraordinary. And I tell you, 2 hours went by fast. I mean, I'm glad you let him keep going, and I know he really appreciated. He has a vast wealth of knowledge, and I really I can't stress it enough, folks. Please get this out, share, like, subscribe. If these get out and people really start asking these hard questions and really looking at it, so outstanding, Suleiman. And the following guy, first time I ever heard that guy, and yeah, I'm glad you look at everyone's aspect on it, but thank God, even he realizes it's really got to come down to let's talk about this Zionist problem. Let's talk about how America is a nation that is occupied. We are an occupied nation, and that is the problem. I'm glad he made that clear. Other than that, yeah, militarily speaking, I'm telling you, Suleiman, I think we're still going to see kinetic action. I really know a lot of people are saying we're not, but the United States can't back down without doing something. I don't think. I disagree with the last speaker. I don't think it with the last interview. I don't think it will be a ground invasion, but there will be some blowing up some stuff and some saber rattling, and I think could be some more snatch and grab operations to get enriched uranium like we saw. It's not going to back down. This will continue, but eventually, as Simon clearly laid out yesterday, I think we're going into the New World Order. In fact, we're there now. And as Beatrice had talked about and stuff, but we are going into the 2030 plan. This is all about Palantir. That's what we're going into. America is no longer the predominant global superpower. We have gone the way of other empires. We're transitioning into that new global world order. And let's keep fighting the good fight. To our YouTube subscribers, the moral resistance. We are the moral resistance. Thank you for fighting the good fight. Love you, Sully. God bless you, and God bless everyone in this resistance.
I mean, like it seems like things have just broken down today a lot, but that's what people are reporting. I feel like nothing much has changed. But today, Iran made a statement saying that if a US attacked, they would basically get a nuclear bomb. Iran said that look, you need to agree to these five things. What to call it again? The five were unfreeze assets. They have complete control of the strait, end the war in Lebanon and everywhere, and unfreeze the assets. And there was one more thing as well. I forgot what it was, but I mean, how using that information, looking at what's happening, do you think there can be like what does that tell you? Did that tell you they're really far apart or what? What's your thoughts on that, Andrew?
Yeah, Suleiman, we're back at square one, really. Both sides, we know Iran. It's an existential war for them. They can't. Iran stands as our only hope against. Well, let's be honest. Pax Judaica. That's what we're looking at, Suleiman, and you've had that analysis from the beginning. So Iran, they are right now. They've won the war. The war's over. They've won it. It's past tense. They won. So the United States refuses to back down, and it's now getting step by step worse for the United States. And we know clearly, we can see it as clear as day. Iran will get the nuclear. They will be nuclear. They will be able to develop 100%. It's already in process now. We can see it step by step. But these five, the latest five, it's always coming down to the basics, right? Iran will have control of the strait. That's their control. Iran will be a nuclear power. Iran will have global dominance as a world power because they're probably going to rank in four as world powers go in this new multipolar society, a global new multipolar world. And also Iran, they're not going to give up on Lebanon. People often say, "Well, Iran really hasn't forgotten about Lebanon." No, they haven't, and Gaza. No, they haven't. They're always going to have this in the negotiation process. But the ultimate is against. It's really coming down to the moral resistance versus the Epstein class, and that's what we coined this as from day one. And so nothing's changed, Suleiman. Now, America is in derision with National Zionist Israel. America keeps looking more and more ridiculous. As all of your speakers have said, and they've done great analysis. And by the way, I'm so sorry I left out Dr. Tusa. She did so great. Thank you, Dr. Tusa, for that great analysis on the hantavirus. Yeah, I agree 100%. But is all of our analysts have weighed in on from geopolitics to military. Trump is in a no-win situation. He keeps going backwards. He takes maybe a step forward and 5 steps back, and Iran knows this. So nothing has really changed. Suleiman, it's just the same rhetoric rehashed and returned over like it's a joke with Hegseth. I even commented on your post this morning when Hegseth was making that ridiculous statement like we're going to go look at retrograde. Like what? He's using language that means nothing. It's empty, hollow words. The Pentagon has no strategic plan. There is no plan. There is no win in this. There's no opening the strait. So the United States' blockade is useless, but they'll do it. They'll keep it going. And eventually, as we discussed in the space yesterday, China, it's all going to happen in China. All these the great minds are going to get together in China. All of our, the MIC, military industrial complex, the technical industrial complex, and the financial industrial complex, they're all coming into the consensus in together with China. They're all playing together. And the ultimate plan will be, keep it closed for as long as possible so the uber elite can suck more wealth into the restructuring of wealth that's gone upward. And the new global order is being in process. We're in that new global order, and there will be, I think, some more explosive, kinetic interchange between America and Iran down the road, but nothing of any major ground invasion. America can't do it. So I hope that kind of touches on where you were going with this, Suleiman.
Yeah, Ghost, why are you laughing? Like, you talk for 10 minutes without even making a point. So why are you laughing about what Andrew had to say there?
Who, me?
Yeah, your name is Ghost.
Which part of the laughing?
Okay, you're just being stupid now. Let me drop you.
No, I'm not
He's a bit
stupid.
retarded. Okay, which part of the laughing? Like the guy laughs, he goes, "Oh, which part of the laughing?" Okay. Some people, bro.
Hey, Suleiman, at least you give everybody a fair shot. I mean, he had his chance.
Exactly. Stupid guy. Okay.
Suleiman, hope you get some rest. Man, you're going after it, bro. You're going after it today, bro.
No, he's just being. I thought he's gonna bring someone to the conversation. I thought he'd be like, "Oh yeah, I was laughing because I disagreed with him because of X, Y." It's like, what part of the laughing? So it's like for him, when you laugh, there's certain parts to it, and there's certain elements of a laugh, like a laugh. Like how low IQ can you get? Okay, Rahma, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. Rahma. All right. Let's go to Manko. Manko, hope you're doing well. How are you?
I'm all right. How's it going?
Yeah, doing good, doing good. What's your thoughts? Your boy's going to China. He seems like he loves the Chinese.
Yeah, I've already said I really don't like anything. I don't have any hopes that anything good is going to come out of Trump doing a trip to China. He's not going to want nothing to show for it, and it's going to end up probably with more concessions to China. I don't think China's going to be making any concessions to the United States. It's going to be a loss, and it's really just for the cameras. And what he does is he always does things and then he lies about it to sell it to the public. And so, what I've learned with China stuff with Trump is less is more. It's better when they're not really interacting and he's just letting the administration, do things to tighten up restrictions on China. But, like we just had one of the mayors here in Southern California, I think it's Los Angeles or Orange County, one of these. Um, was a spy for China, and she finally got arrested. But that's crazy that one of the most Chinese cities here in the Los Angeles area elected a Chinese spy as its mayor. And she's been doing this for years. And they finally got charged by the FBI, which never would have happened in the Biden administration. So, yeah, no news is good news when it comes to that stuff.
I mean, you're basically saying that Trump's gonna like make a lot of concessions to China. You saw his delegation, right? Simon highlighted this last night as well, as did David Icke, as did Joe, as did various others, saying that his delegation is full of these like corporate oligarchs like BlackRock and various others. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I did see that China wanted to meet separately with a lot of these corporate sort of aides, and the United States said no, which was the obvious and halfway intelligent decision to make because it's like, no, you're not going to have our rubber stamp on you having influence directly over our corporations. That's no, it has to go through the US government, and we're the ones who make the deals. You don't make separate deals with our corporations behind our backs. So that's at least a good sign. But the fundamental nature is China is an enemy of the United States. China understands that China is an enemy of the United States. China's goal is to overthrow the American hegemony in the world and replace it with a Chinese hegemony. So China has its eye on the ball. It wants to win. America, by and large, does not understand this dynamic. So every time the United States and China go into some kind of negotiation, China is negotiating for a zero-sum victory, and America is negotiating to make it look like they're negotiating and look like they're, doing the diplomacy. And so what always ends up happening is China ends up getting more than whatever it gives. It's always a better deal for China. The reality is that you cannot negotiate with someone who has taken that kind of position. You just can't. There's no benefit to zero sum negotiation. So the correct answer is China or Trump shouldn't be going to China. Trump shouldn't be trying to do deals with China. Trump should just be increasing tariffs on China, putting more restrictions on China, and doing things to reduce American dependency on China and moving toward decoupling. Like, that's my position. I like the Peter Navarro side of the Trump administration, but unfortunately, that is not what this trip is going to be about. So I have nothing to be really happy with when it comes to this.
Have you heard like Simon's theory where he thinks that like Trump is basically working for China? And whether you agree with the theory or not, which I do want to hear your thoughts on that, I mean, it does seem to. I mean, everything he's doing throughout his administration has benefited them more than anyone else, right?
Well, Trump has always been the leader of actually the United States standing up to China to the limited degree that it has happened. Before Trump, before this first Trump administration, nobody was willing to stand up to China or to put any kind of restrictions on China or raise tariffs or anything like that. Trump is the first one to do it. He could have gone harder, but he at least went part of the way. The Biden administration, their policy throughout dealing with China was to do a lot of stupid, pointless talks that went nowhere and resulted in nothing except for the Biden administration losing face and China gaining face by having these sort of like submissive pictures and stuff like that. But also, the Biden administration had a policy of sort of doing the absolute minimum to not have China just absolutely eat our lunch, like putting in some minimal restrictions on processors and stuff like that, while then saying and pretending that they were doing a lot more than they were. They were doing the minimum. When it came to the new Trump administration since last year, Trump definitely took a much harder line with China early in the year, like with all the Liberation Day and all that stuff. That was by far, that was exactly like all of my dreams coming true, of the US taking a very hard line against China. The problem was he did that. It only lasted, I don't know, a few weeks, and then he backed down partially off of it. It was still pretty high though, as far as the tariffs go throughout most of the year. But then he further backed off of it when he made a deal with China in October, where it was sort of a de-escalation on both sides. But Trump has a lot more leverage than China does. And he just didn't want all the negative headlines about like, oh, China's going to get us on the rare earths. So he made the deal so that it took rare earths off the table. But unfortunately, it was a big step down from where he was before. Then we still have tariffs against China, but of course they're nowhere near the tariffs that Trump, threatened and did for like a few weeks in early 2025. But this whole talks, like all this stuff, think about the outcomes. The outcome number one would be that there's a mutually beneficial negotiated agreement. That's not going to happen. China doesn't want that. China wants to win, and it's a zero-sum game. So outcome number two is they walk away with nothing, which would be the next best outcome for the United States. That's not going to happen because Trump would feel like he was a loser if he walked away with nothing. So we're going to have the third outcome, which is China is going to have to be bribed with some kind of concessions. Hopefully it's not a lot. Hopefully it's on the lower end. But China is going to have to be bribed by giving them something as an incentive for them to agree to any deal at all, because the Chinese know that if Trump walks away from this sort of historic conference without any kind of deal, he's going to lose face and he's going to look like a loser. So China's fully aware of that, and it's common sense, and China's going to take advantage of it. And what I would predict is the most likely outcome is that Trump has to make some mild or limited concessions to China so that they can get some kind of deal. Or a big thing China likes to do is it likes to get firm promises from the United States of concrete things that will happen immediately. And then China will pay you with promises. They'll say, well, you do this for us now, and it's very meaningful and it's concrete and we can see that you did it for sure. And then we'll promise at some indefinite point in the future that we'll do some things for you. And then China just doesn't follow through on the promises. That's like their standard procedure and stuff. And it's a very common like negotiating tactic. It's not unique to the Chinese. And so I think something like that is going to happen. And Trump is going to try to do some kind of de-escalation, but honestly, he should be going in the other direction. That's why I'm saying I don't like it at all. I don't think Trump should be going to China. And what he then does is he comes back to the United States and he proclaims that he won this huge victory. And it's this, oh my God, it's so amazing. The Chinese did everything I wanted, you guys. And that's what he does. And I do not like that about Trump. I criticize Trump a lot. This is one of the things I criticize Trump for. Trump is not nearly as much of a China hawk as I would want him to be, and as some people in his administration are. As far as the Simon thing, I think when it comes to Trump, generally China has invested its influence operations and its money on the Democrat side of politics. And that they're smart to do that because the Democrats make America weaker, and a Democrat is much more likely to not go to war over Taiwan than a Republican would, and to have a weaker military and cut the military than a Republican would, et cetera, et cetera. This all plays perfectly into what China wants. So China has been very much boosting the Democrats all the way back in Chinagate in the 1990s with the Clintons, all the way to in the Biden and Obama administration. They were caught with using a Chinese spy funneled $100 million to a rapper that was supposed to then give that money to the Biden administration, the Obama Biden administration in 2012. And that was caught and prosecuted and stuff like that. And we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg with this stuff. This is actually, China's moving many billions of dollars every year directly into like elite Democrats and think tank class and all this stuff. So many of the elites that have anything to do with foreign policy and China are completely bought by the Chinese Communist Party. But Trump, on the one hand, is mad at China because he's not in on the grift, but he very much wants to be. And I think part of the sort of communication that Trump has made with China is, you're giving all your money to my enemies. Why are you not cutting me in on part of that? And the evidence I have for this is very critical of Trump, but I think it's a deserved criticism, is during the campaign in 2024, Trump was all on board with banning TikTok. And then he met with Jeff Yass, who is a very rich Republican primarily donor Jewish guy who owns a stake in ByteDance, and that's where most of his net worth comes from. And he basically acts as an agent of China. He threw a lot of money around in donating to various Republicans like Rand Paul and others in Congress to get them to protect TikTok. And there was a meeting of some kind with Jeff Yass and Trump. We don't know how much money he gave Trump. These kind of things are not disclosed, but I suspect Jeff Yass gave Trump a lot of money, and Trump changed his position shortly after that and was like, we're not going to ban TikTok. And then I think obviously he didn't ban TikTok, and he took a much different approach to it. And so I think Trump wants China to shift the money toward him and his allies. And he's kind of sort of trying to get China to do that and communicating with China in such a way that he's like, hey, China, if you start buttering our bread, I will play more nice with you. But since you're not doing that, I have to sort of use a stronger hand. I think that is a significant part of what's going on with the Trump administration. But fundamentally, he doesn't understand that fundamentally, politically, and on policy, China is always going to be very strongly in favor of the Democrats and against Republicans, unless it's like they're completely owned, the Republican is completely owned by China. And an example of this would be the VP pick for Kamala Harris is Wuhan Tim Walz. I mean, this guy was in China for a period of time, and there's all sorts of like kind of rumors and anecdotes about him having some like Chinese influence over him and stuff like that. I think he was picked primarily because he was a very pro-China pick, and he was just some like generic white guy cutout that they thought they could get some white guys to vote for him or something. That's my analysis. Thank you, Sulan.
And one of the questions on this strand, why do you think Trump pulled out on the tariff? Like, why did he tackle on it?
Well, I think part of it is that Trump does this as a negotiation strategy where he likes to walk into the room and be like, I'm going to nuke everyone in this room. And then he'll just like walk out and come back in, let everyone panic for a half an hour. And then he'll just be like, okay, maybe we can maybe do something other than the nukes. Let's talk. It's just a negotiation strategy. It's not a particularly sophisticated one, but it's apparently one he's used for a long time. And people are all like kind of clued into it. So it doesn't work as well anymore because, right? Like you can do that to someone once. I've experienced that plenty of times in litigation, where when I first sue someone, there is a window of time where potentially it is the most likely time you're going to be able to settle with the person for like quite a while, because they panic and they freak out. Maybe they don't get sued, but maybe they've never been sued before. And they end up in a situation where they're like, oh my, blah, 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 and they're freaking out. And then maybe you can get a better deal out of them before they calm down.
You can't read.
Hello?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hello.
So anyway, but if that doesn't happen, they tend
Hello.
to harden their positions, and they tend to dig in,
Yeah,
and you have to
dude.
fight.
Did you
Okay,
finish?
is there some old lady on a hot mic? Like,
There is, and I can't even drop her because for some reason there's a glitch. I can't drop her. Beatrix, can you see if you can drop her? Okay, now I can drop her. Okay, brilliant. Okay, continue.
yeah, so I think that's just a negotiation strategy that he comes out with like a way more extreme position than he ever intends to take. And then he tries to use it. Same thing with he did that with Greenland too. He's like, we're going to invade Greenland. He had no intention of ever invading Greenland. And then he's just using it as a way to freak the other side out so he can come back with like, okay, we just want more military bases. And that you'll agree to that, right? And then the people are so relieved they're not going to get invaded that they like are more favorable to that or something. So I think that that's a common negotiation tactic he does. He never intends to do like the big position he takes at the beginning. And the other thing is that he doesn't have a choice. The problem with Trump is that he bluffs way too much. And when your bluff gets called, which it generally does with Trump, because everyone, like, bluffing does not work as a long-term strategy. The more you bluff, the more people start just calling it every time. And this is a big problem he's having with Iran right now, right? Because how many times has he threatened Iran in the last several weeks? And they don't care because they know he's the kind of person who bluffs. So when the bluff gets called, there's nothing you can really do except back down. And what Trump loves to do is he backs down and declares like, oh, well, I'm being merciful. Or he declares that, oh, they did some like token concession, therefore I'm going to delay it for a few more weeks or months or something like that. He loves doing that kind of stuff. It's all just like mind games.
So you don't think he was even serious about the tariffs? You think there was just drama?
Yeah. He had the tariffs at one point up to like 150% or something on China. Yeah, I don't think he ever had any intention of keeping them there. I think he was going to, where he settled on the tariffs was about like 55%, something like that. And that's where it stayed for most of the year. I think that was the plan all along. And he was just doing a big, like, the other thing with Trump is he wants all the attention. He is the biggest attention hoe that has ever been born. And he knows that if he does these big, crazy proclamations, everyone will talk about him and he will dominate the news cycle. And he loves that.
Fair enough. And where do you see this? Where do you see the Iran war going from now?
So I don't know exactly what the dynamic is. I know you're a lot of position and in your position with Trump is that the reason he won't do anything is because he's afraid. I mean, I don't know exactly why he's not doing anything. What I do know is that he's been dragging his feet for a very long time, and it's been a lot of talk and no action behind it. He was willing to do a little bit. I mean, and the thing is that like, so he did last week, he did that operation, I forget the name of it, but the operation where he sent the destroyers into the Strait of Hormuz, and then Iran blasted the UAE a bit. UAE was like, Trump, you need to retaliate against Iran. And Trump was like, nah, it's just a flesh wound. I don't care. I don't care if you get beat up by UAE. That's not our problem, which of course is a extremely stupid thing to do because you're just stabbing your allies in the back at that point. So that's not how like proper statesmanship works. So Trump was willing to blow that off. And of course, the UAE and Saudi Arabia freaked out and were like, no, you're not going to treat us like this. And so that caused this whole disruption. But I think that left a bad taste in Trump's mouth, where Trump is like, well, I was told that this would work, and then it didn't work out the way I wanted. And so now I kind of
If
fell
money
on
bought
doing it.
happiness,
Who brought her up? I don't get what's going on. Why does she keep getting brought up? Let me remove that space. All right, go on, continue.
Yeah, and the thing is, but he's getting a lot of pressure. Obviously, the number one source of pressure is always going to be Israel on restarting the war, escalating the war, etc. That's going to be the number one source of pressure. But I also think the GCC countries, most of them, are giving him a lot of pressure because they want to resume the bombing on Iran, and they want to. They're getting very, very hurt by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe Saudi Arabia to a lesser degree, but Saudi Arabia is still getting hurt by it. And they have a bypass for part of their oil, but there's like everything else that's on their northern coast is completely locked out. And they don't have the infrastructure to move. They have the infrastructure to move like part of their oil out. But I mean, that's not the only thing that they engage in trade with. So it's still going to be bad for them on net. When it comes to all of these countries, they cannot tolerate the current situation, and the longer it lasts is going to be worse and worse for them. So they're going to scream louder and louder at Trump over time. And eventually, you're going to have other people in the world, other countries in the world, maybe Japan, maybe, I mean, who knows what Europe is. The Europeans are so weird. But a lot of other countries are going to be putting increasing pressure on Trump. And eventually, Trump is going to have to escalate in one way or another. And I think that he doesn't want to. The other problem is that Trump, I don't know how it got into his head, but I do believe that Trump thought he could actually, in some way, make a deal with Iran. Like, he just refused to accept that the Iranians don't want to actually make a deal, or at least not on anything remotely like his terms. And so he just thought he could like kind of force his frame, which he does sometimes, onto the Iranians, and the Iranians were just not having it. And it's taken him a long time to come around to the realization that that's just not going to happen. So I think these two forces, the pressure from the outside third parties, and then also the fact that Trump is not getting what he wants out of the negotiation process, eventually are going to push Trump to restart the war in some way. And it could either be, like we saw last week, a more limited war that's focused in and around the Strait of Hormuz, or it could be what Israel wants, which is a general bombing campaign that is like just like what we had at the beginning of the war.
Cool. Oh, what happened? I don't know what Andy went. We've got a super chat. Let me quickly grab that. And it's from Ariane. He says, it's funny that everything that Manco said about is exactly how the US treats everyone, like the zero-sum deals and fake promises. So he's referring to your point about China.
Yeah, I mean, Trump definitely is moving us more toward an American first deal structure. But prior to Trump, it wasn't like that at all. A lot of our deals that we had with the rest of the world, especially ones that are pushed by Democrats, weren't very favorable to the United States at all. It tended to be where the United States was engaging in some degree of like subsidization and having bad deals on purpose, because what the Democrats primarily want is they don't care so much about the United States. They don't care so much about America first. Like, they don't even like, well, liberals in general do not like America, do not like our history, do not like what we represent. They want to change that. So what they tend to do is they make deals that are more favorable to these other countries, because what they really want is to get all their liberal NGOs into the countries and start manipulating the countries and manipulating their culture and pushing like cultural imperialism of getting a bunch of like LGBT feminists, like all this other stuff, because that improves their power in America. Because if they can go and like turn the other countries of the world liberal and cultivate liberalism in these other countries, then they can reverse import those people back into the United States through immigration and get more Democrat voters that way. So I think generally we did not make good deals for the United States for a long time. And with the Uniparty, the Republicans just kind of went along with this and weren't very aware of it. And I think it's only in now, like the second Trump administration, that the US has started doing what every other country does, which is look out for its own interests.
Andy, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
I mean, yeah, we're already seeing the inflation. It was 2.3% before the war, and then it was 3%, and now it's 3.8%. The inflation's already coming. So Iran's strategy of slowly squeezing the economy, death by 1,000 cuts, is working. This is exactly what they're trying to do. And then there's a video of Trump saying he doesn't really think of the cost of living much. It's just like it's one unforced error after another that they're doing, and the inflation's going to keep going up. It's at the highest level since May 2023. So it's obviously we're not at the 10% level that we were at in summer of 2022 yet. But if this Strait of Hormuz is closed more months, if this drags on at a slow boil or it turns kinetic again, we don't know how bad inflation can get. I mean, so this is obviously going to turn into a disaster if there isn't a deal. And Iran has their points, and I don't see Iran budging on them because this is an existential battle for their sovereignty. So I don't see why they would concede versus Trump. I mean, again, Trump isn't probably going to concede. It's really when is Bibi going to concede? And that will probably more be after more kinetic warfare when he gets Israel's going to, I think, have to honestly get hit so hard by Iran that they're forced to concede in the next round of warfare. I feel like that's the only thing that can break this deadlock, that Israel just gets hit so hard that they're like a dog that they're forced to concede. Like that's what's going to have to happen. Like otherwise, I just don't see how anything's going to change because Israel doesn't care about economic suffering of other countries. If Israel has an oil shortage, we'll bail them out. So that's not going to affect them. They're never going to run out of oil like some of these countries in East Asia. So the only thing that Israel understands is military strength because that's how they exert their will on, sadly, women and children in the region. Because every time they go up against a real military, I mean, look what happens when they fight Iran. They can't. So again, they only understand military strength. So this is going to take another round of fighting. Iran's going to have to hit them harder than they did the first time, smack them around, and make Bibi bend over and say, "Hey, Trump, accept this deal. We're getting smoked here." Hello, is anyone there?
Yeah, yeah. So Andy, quick question. Where do you think this war goes now? Do you think this is going to escalate or what?
Yeah, I think it's going to escalate, but it's not going to be until after the China meeting. I mean, every time Trump's moved more military force into a region, whether it was before Venezuela or more or before the first round of this in February, it escalated. And just the fact that he's moved all of these additional transport planes and everything, it's definitely escalated. So I just don't see them sitting here doing just small battles in the Strait of Hormuz for the next 6 months. I think Trump's going to try another round of bombing and see if that somehow works. And it's not going to work. It didn't work the first 39 days. So if he does another 39 days of bombing, 2 weeks, 2 months, however long he does, I just don't think it's going to work. But I feel like it's going to happen again. The only thing is he going to actually be willing to wage a war during the World Cup? But again, if you let's say he waits till after the World Cup, we're already talking 2 months down the line into mid-July. And if he's waiting till mid-July to restart this, just imagine where prices are going to be in 2 more months from now. Like that's an existential crisis at this point economically. So like his clock is ticking. But again, I don't think Trump cares about the economies. If he cared about the economy, he wouldn't be starting this war. I don't. And you already have Trump freaking out about the midterms. He's saying if you let Democrats come in, then it's over for our country. And he's like he's in interviews. He's saying if Democrats ever get back in power, they're going to open the border again. So he's already making his pitch for basically like, yeah, we get that we suck, but the Democrats are worse. He's already freaking out about the
Well,
electoral politics.
that's another reason for him not to wait, right? Because he's been delaying so long. But at this point, if he keeps delaying, it is going to run into things where, like, when we were a month ago, I was like, yeah, this isn't going to have anything to do with the midterms. But if he lets it drag out for months, then it will, right?
Exactly. Like politically, he kind of, yeah, like he should have, yeah, like if I was him, well, first of all, this whole war was stupid. Iran was willing to negotiate on the nuclear. And like, if, like, first of what's stupid from Israel's perspective is they were thinking we were going to topple this regime, but you had Iran contained, Iran had sanctions on them. They weren't attacking and waging war, and you had Iran controlled with sanctions, and Iran was willing to say, "Oh, we're going to do a little bit of sanctions relief. We're going to do a nuclear deal." They offered Trump a better nuclear deal than Obama, and Bibi's like, "No, we want their ballistic missiles gone too." So then they did this war, and then Iran's now flipped the table and is in a stronger position than before the war. So that's what's stupid. It was Trump would have made a deal if he was free to make a deal without Benjamin Netanyahu. That's the issue, but he is not free to make that deal. And now Iran's in a position of strength because of the Strait of Hormuz. Like, if Iran wanted to, they could have closed the Strait of Hormuz and done this years ago, but then they would have been the aggressor. But since they got attacked, they got their leader killed, and a girls' school blown up, they're the ones on the defense, and now they hold the moral high ground. But yes, I do agree that if Trump did care about the midterms, he needs to try to get this over as quick as possible. And the fact that he isn't shows he does not care about the midterms, because this ceasefire started 5 weeks ago, and I don't know what he's doing. I've even heard some political sports commentators, I mean, guys from Outkick, so I don't really know how bright they are politically, like people that work for Clay Travis. I would not call them necessarily political experts. He's saying, why, like when they canceled Project Freedom, he's like, what's Trump doing? Just attack them. Like they're freaking out. And it's like, and I said, and I would, and I commented like, this is just another taco to calm oil markets and make money on insider trading. But you do have people on the right basically saying, what's Trump waiting for? So there are people on in Trump's camp who are very impatient with this, and they want Trump to do more. I can tell you that much. And it's not just the Mark Levins and the Laura Loomers and the Lindsey Grahams. It's other people too that are certainly not in Trump's inner circle. I guarantee you, an random low-level journalist at Outkick is not in Trump's inner circle.
Do you think the? I don't think. Do you think the football World Cup makes a difference? Like, how does that make a difference to the war?
I mean, Trump cares about optics, and I think he wants to be like, we're putting on this big event. It's beautiful. Look at this beautiful event. We're hosting this incredible event. And if there's a war going on and people are dying, and there's just these images of all these deaths juxtaposed with the event that he's hosting, like the war would, he'd probably be afraid that the war would overshadow this incredible event that he's hosting. But I mean, it's also Trump, so you never know. But I feel like Trump is all excited that he's president and is getting to host this incredible event. So I don't know. But I also feel like he'd be wanting to be doing the war because he probably has this sick idea in this mind that, oh, well, I'd be waging this war during the 250th anniversary of America. And then he probably has some sick idea in his head where he thinks he's George Washington as well or something. Because, I mean, he wants to be up on Mount Rushmore. So I wouldn't be shocked if he does wage it during the World Cup just because of America's 250th anniversary. But he's certainly going to wait until at least this weekend because of the China meeting. I mean, if I were him, you either have to accept Iran's terms or try bombing again. I mean, there's no sense in waiting till after the World Cup. That's just guaranteeing you even a worse midterm defeat. The only thing that can make the midterm defeat not as bad is they were able to redo some of the House seats, so it's not going to be as big of a blowout as before.
Yeah,
But that does
another possibility of what can come out of this big meeting with China is that China has a lot more ability to influence Iran than any other country. Just China and Russia are the two big points. And of course, Russia is all in on wanting the war to drag out. They benefit enormously from it. So Trump might try to work out some kind of a deal with China where China takes a position to get, like, thinking he can get China to take a position to get Iran to agree to a deal or something like that using some kind of leverage. I don't really think China is going to be willing to do that unless Trump puts massive concessions on the table, which I could see as a possibility. Like I could see Trump selling out some significant American interests to get this this diplomatic end to the war that he wants so much. But if I had to bet on it, I would bet that China would not be willing to do that. Not unless they got something that was so big that I think Trump's advisors would step in and be like, no, you can't do that. That's crazy. That's way too much.
Yeah, like Trump would
So,
literally have to hand them Taiwan on a silver platter to get that at this point.
well, no, I don't think he'd have to do that. That's really extreme. But he would have to back off massively on like the trade war in such a way that it would open the floodgates for China to do dumping in the U.S. economy, which all of his economic advisors are very much against, even the ones that are more dovish on China. That's kind of the main thing. But I could see him trying to do it, and I could see him waiting until the China thing to see if that works or not before he commits. But I would say, if this was like a betting market or something, I would say that the most likely time for him to recommit or do some kind of escalation would be Friday afternoon to evening, like he tends to like to do, because the China trip will be over, the markets will close, and then he gets to go and do whatever he wants. What I've read the reports for is that what Israel was pitching to Trump is that they wanted a week or two of bombing, or at least a short period of bombing, where in the first day of bombing, all the power plants get taken out. And then they do some other targets and stuff for a little while to do like just a big shock to Iran. That seems to be the Israeli strategy. That is definitely the escalation strategy. One of the things that I don't think works about that is I do think escalation works. I've said that many times. But if you only bomb Iran for a limited time and then you say, okay, round two of the bombing is over, it immediately takes the pressure off of Iran to want to agree to a deal. The only way that that kind of escalation works is if it is sustained. If you keep doing it day after day after day, and you say, if you don't agree with a deal tomorrow, next week, you're going to be in a way worse position, and it's only going to get worse the more time goes on. Because if you take that off, this is what happens, by the way, in litigation. If you have a constant barrage of like motions and work where they're paying out a lot of attorney's fees every month, that makes them want to settle the case. But if you have nothing going on in the case where all you're doing is talking settlement, which is a very small amount of time, and there's no major motions, they're not losing anything, there's not really case activity, they're not paying a lot of attorney's fees every month, there's not much going on, it has exactly the opposite effect where they're like, well, it's not costing me anything to like not settle, so I'm just going to stay in that position. And Iran's theory of victory for the war requires them to have the Strait of Hormuz closed as long as possible. So every day that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, the IRGC believes that that is a victory. And that is the status quo right now, is that the Strait of Hormuz being closed is a net benefit to Iran much more than the American blockade of Iran is a harm to Iran as far as their war goals are concerned, because the scope of Hormuz being closed is much, much, much bigger than the scope of the US blockade on Iran. So Iran actually thinks status quo, it is winning and it is getting closer to victory. So the only way that you change that dynamic is by changing the everyday thing. Like it has to be ongoing. So even, and this is what Israel does though. It's going to say, we got to bomb Iran a bunch. Okay, Trump says yes. They bomb Iran a bunch. Then Trump comes out stupidly and says, "Okay, we stopped the bombing. It's all over, guys. Let's all just go back to ceasefire." Then what Israel's going to do after that is be like, "Oh, look, it didn't work. We got to do round 3, Trump. Come on, let's go. Let's do round 3." And that's just going to keep going like that over and over and over again.
You understand what's crazy is that Saudi Arabia is still getting about 7 million barrels of oil out through the Red Sea through that east-west pipeline. Like Iran, if this restarts, could easily also close the Red Sea, and that's about 20 million go through the Strait of Hormuz, and that's 13 million blocked. So if the Houthis close off the Red Sea, that's another 7 million blocked. So imagine if Iran decides to play that card, because they still have ways they can escalate.
Yeah,
And
that's not Iran's card to play. The Houthis are not owned by Iran, and if they were, they would have done something when Iran was getting bombed and their supreme leader was killed, all throughout March. Houthis are too afraid to escalate because they know Iran cannot protect them. They know Iran cannot supply them. And as soon as Iran is dealt with, they know they are the number one target for the US and Israel, which has tons of military equipment in position to absolutely obliterate them. And the other like faction in Yemen right now, because there were Saudi and UAE factions in Yemen which were at war with each other and which were fighting for a prolonged period of time. Saudi has now completely won. Their faction has now completely won. So the rest of the country is united, and it's all them against just the Houthis. So the Houthis are in the weakest position they have ever been in. They do not want to provoke that bear.
Yeah, that's fake news. The Houthis dominated the United States of America, especially when the US decided that they wanted to go to war. They lost a number of important assets to the point where Trump became desperate. Him and Hegseth basically begged for an off ramp. They tried to get the UAE and Saudi involved, and they were like, we don't want to get involved because we're going to get decimated. The Houthis have for 10 years basically been hitting us hard, pushing back on us, and it was the Saudi and UAE backed um, groups in Yemen that were being smashed up by the Houthis. So Houthis have been dominating them for like what, 10 years, maybe, well, longer than that. And when the Houthis came out themselves in support of Gaza, um, and after that, when they did, America tried to show its muscle, and that was actually probably the first indicator. But people were coping at that time that when America couldn't defeat the Houthis and they had to run, and I think they lost like what was it, $30 million or this huge number of cost of equipment in a short period of time. Trump then begged Hegseth to get an off ramp, and they had an off ramp, and then basically came to an agreement. And in terms of Houthis, I'm not sure if they're gonna get involved, but from what I've heard, that they're ready to get involved. They're just waiting for the right moment to do so, because the Houthis and the Iranians don't want to use that card too early. So that's kind of what's happening there. So yeah, I don't think anybody's afraid. I think the US is afraid. We're seeing that now. Trump is so scared to get into war that even his allies in the UAE are getting upset with him. But I just want to welcome Simon onto the stage. Simon, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Yeah, cool. So yeah, it's just listening. Like if you look at the strategy from here, I still say the game theory says keep the strait closed for as long as possible, and both Trump and Iran are okay with that. If you look at like what is actually happening, you've got oil prices at a manageable price in terms of it creates record profits for all the oil companies, but it's not quite creating demand destruction. But it will create demand destruction at some stage. But that's offsetting the inflation to a certain degree. And the yields on the bonds are blowing out right now. So we're at the 5% level, and we're at the approaching the 4.5% on the 10-year treasury, 5% above on the 30-year treasury. That breaks a lot of the real estate transactions. That pushes mortgages up to about 7% on a lot of the refinancing. And the way to combat that is just to force the Fed to buy bonds. And so the Fed is slowly buying lots and lots of treasuries. And you're effectively inflating away the debt at the expense of affordability for the average American. And so you're getting your GDP, and you're setting up the environment where you could justify more and more money printing to bail out probably the AI side. So if you can engineer an energy crisis, keep energy prices high, you're getting GDP and stock market growth on the higher oil prices. The rich are the ones that are effectively keeping up all the consumption. Middle class America, you just price them out. The poor you just forget about. And effectively, you're getting your massive stock market growth and your GDP growth, and you're just siphoning off middle class Americans. But it's at this stage, I don't think Trump wants to end this. I think Trump wants to keep this going for as long as possible, until the Fed starts buying some of those treasuries and they get forced into quantitative easing. And that's the only demand for treasuries right now, because the foreigners are selling. The foreign purchasers are selling. So you need to engineer a scenario where the Fed gets to buy them, and you just sacrifice middle class America for it, and the stock market's loving it. So if you look at the actual reality of the situation, you just do whatever you need to do to keep oil prices here and pretend you're coming out of war, and then just keep go on off on off on off, and just manufacture a crisis. If you look through it right now, I think that's exactly what's happening, and I think Iran's okay with it, and I think America's okay with it. So I just don't see the incentive now. And then in the meantime, you just carry on negotiating a deal. And whenever anyone wants to say on off on off on off, both sides have got their on off on off on off. They just need to keep it going for as long as possible. I don't see the urgency anymore. The key thing is you just have to get your head around who benefits from it, and it is the wealthiest and the same people, all the people that are going to meet Xi Jinping right now. They're all crushing it, but the average American isn't. And if you can get your head around that, then you realize Trump's fine with the status quo. I think so. I don't see the incentive, and I don't see the whole Trump struggling here right now. I think it's the strategy. You just have to get your head around that he's not serving the average American. He's just serving the people that are about to go to meet Xi Jinping, which is who he serves.
What's your from your perspective? Because I think one of the thoughts you had was that the Strait can't remain closed for too long. Based on this, how long? Like, there's going to be a certain kind of point of inflection where you can't keep it open too long, right? Based on Trump doing this intentionally in order to basically have the biggest wealth transfer there is, what would be kind of like the perfect point to kind of pull out on the Strait situation?
Well, if the Fed won't buy the bonds, then you're in a situation where you have to capitulate. But if you can force the Fed to purchase the bonds, then you can get the yields down. And as long as oil doesn't blow out, to like demand destruction levels, which I think we've always said are like $160 on the futures market, even though around the world, then you just keep selling oil at these higher and higher prices, and you just keep manufacturing more inflation until a recession starts to kick in on some of the inflation. But you've got the perfect justification for getting the Fed to purchase all the bonds. And then you need some kind of crisis to get a massive money printing bailout, which I think is, if we think through it, massive energy cost to AI. And so as long as everyone believes that America and China are in a ginormous AI national security race, and as long as you can keep energy costs high, then you can get all your GDP and all your stock market growth from these high energy prices, but you need the Federal Reserve to buy the bonds to get the yield down. And then you have the money printing exercise, which boosts the stock market and you keep inflating away the debt with larger and larger money printing. Like I think it's a strategy, and I think I think that's exactly what's happening right now. So you just need narrative control, and you just need to keep it going for as long as possible, and you just make it harder and harder and harder for other countries. You just need to manufacture disaster from here, and I don't think Trump needs to stop it. I think he needs to keep it going because it's how you blow out all the value away from the average American over to the stock market, and that's exactly what's happening.
And Simon, what's the kind of crisis and what's the situation in terms of because I remember you saying the yield was at like 5% and then we got to like 4.99. He kind of pulled it back. What's it at the moment in terms of the 30-year yield? Did you say?
Yeah, we're over 5% now.
But you said that can't be.
Yeah, it can't be unless you can get the Fed to buy. And
So
so,
is the Fed buying them?
the Fed's been coming in and buying them to get the yields down. So
Oh, was it you
what
or Joe mentioned that they've been secretly buying it since December or something?
they've bought like 400 million, like covertly. They've done ginormous bailout, but they've been doing it like week by week, and they've been doing it through. They've been doing it through. They've been taking the long term debt, and then the Fed has been buying the short term debt. So they don't call it quantitative easing because they're not buying long term treasuries; they're buying short term treasuries. So now what America's in a situation where it needs it's getting like more and more where it needs to refinance every single month, and so the auctions are getting more and more frequent, and it's rolling over, and the percentage of treasuries that American institutions via Cayman Island and the Fed are buying is just going up and up and up. So the Fed's balance sheet is just going up and up and up, which benefits the banks because they get a 6% dividend on all the assets that are on the Fed's balance sheet.
And this meeting that is happening in this meeting that's happening in China, I think there's like obviously BlackRock and all the various other financial guys there. What do you think? Like, what do you think the reason for this meeting is? Like, I know you're saying it's like, I know your position is that it's the financial guys essentially just culminating in the deal that they've already agreed. But why would they need to meet in person?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think of it more like a check-in report, and then you get the public display. And so the public display is what you get once they actually meet. But in the meantime, all the deals have been negotiated. And then when sometimes obviously a face-to-face meeting helps. That's why the World Economic Forum events happen. You have the public spectacle, and then you have the meetings. But if we're moving to the world order, that I think we are moving to, which is where the financial asset managers and the CCP rule everything, then you've got everyone in one room. And so if they need to cross the T's and dot the I's and get closer to what the new world order looks like, this is how you do it. So we'll get some kind of public spectacle, some kind of movement towards. It's all about financial flows. It's all about SWIFT. It's all about petro yuan, petrodollar. It's all about currency valuations. It's all about trade routes. And it's all about the flow of money, the flow of goods, the flow of commodities. And to me, what the world looks like between financial powers and China as an alternative to World War III, because World War III is not feasible, it's not viable. But you always need to keep the narrative going to keep the military profits coming in, because you always need to justify the expenditure to the American people. to get the military budget up and up and up to pump the market and pump the GDP. But we'll see. We'll see what's actually announced. Like, I think what we end up with, this is pretty speculative, but an agreement to strengthen the Chinese yuan and weaken the dollar, which is actually happening covertly anyway. But it feels like maybe we get some formalization of that, or we carry on doing it covertly. But I imagine they're just going to, make it look like, hey, China and America, we've got lots of trade to do together, and there'll be concessions that make America look good and concessions that make China look good. But let's see.
Yeah, and in terms of after this meeting, what do you think substantiates in terms of like from your perspective between these two?
After the meeting,
Yeah.
again, yeah, I think it's a strengthening of the Chinese yuan and a weakening of the US dollar in order to rebalance trade. I think they've already divided the world up in two parts, and these wars are just the execution of what they already agreed a long time ago. For me, I see this as the culmination of a 5-year strategy, that started during the COVID time, led into the Russia-Ukraine war, led into the closure of the Strait of Hormuz as the final execution, and then something that culminates in the main thing is the chips. So America needs to be semiconductor and chip independent, and so does China. And that's the most important thing because everything's about that. Anything that ties into that supply chain of the AI data centers and the massive amounts of energy. And so leading up to this, we had Trump take the US government take a stake in Intel. You had Apple start to put orders through Intel instead of, hedge away from TSMC. You had the massive energy trade. You had the subsidizing all the growth this year. If you need to manufacture growth and a higher GDP number, then you do exactly what came out of this. You get energy prices incredibly high, and you fudge the numbers basically, and then you get a justification for how to spend all that energy, which is the trillions of dollars that have been invested in the AI companies. And now you've got all the growth you need. It was the entire growth story last year, but now you've got this bigger growth story because you managed to sell all the LNG and just pump it into this AI. And then I think China is effectively like the largest state-sponsored fund in China that was just investing in AI infrastructure and robotics. It made its first software investment in DeepSeek, and now DeepSeek. Interestingly, Nvidia is not going to be at the meeting, which is, I don't know how to interpret that, because now Nvidia said leading up to this that the worst thing that could ever happen, the scariest thing that could ever happen, is if DeepSeek was integrated into Huawei chips and that ecosystem, which China just announced. And so now the fund is investing in DeepSeek, which completes the complete infrastructure of Chinese rails, energy that has nothing to do with America, and the complete software, AI start to finish, completely independent of anything that requires America. And so the whole thing here is, I think, a movement towards America and China being chip independent so that Taiwan doesn't matter. And then America no longer needs to defend Taiwan, and China dominates its part, America dominates its part. And a movement towards that, I think, requires a currency revaluation, and structurally higher energy costs is a pretty is a pretty smart way. The only problem is that you're sacrificing the Americans and the Europeans and all the crisis that comes from it. You're sacrificing the people, and so you need to have a way of of doing this without people knowing that you're doing it, and war provides that perfect narrative.
Just let me bring Gigi back up. Okay.
Even the breaking of OPEC, like, to me, that's no coincidence that that starts to break at this moment, because that's the other half of the petrodollar, and that's where the structural demand from the Gulf countries for treasuries comes from. And 11 months prior to this, UAE had already announced that it was its BRICS energy infrastructure integration as well. But then we get an event that leads to the FX swap line opening up. So now UAE has got both the BRICS route and the Federal Reserve route, while OPEC is breaking down. And now you've got really a foothold by both Iran, Saudi, and UAE in the future of the petrodollar and petro yuan, routes between the largest force in the east and the largest power in the west. So to me, when you're looking at the big trade routes and the big financial layers, we've already set up the multipolar world. And I think this meeting, I'm not sure what they're going to say publicly, but it's certainly, it will probably go down in history as one of the defining events. And I think the closure of the Strait of Hormuz will mark that change in the history books 10, 20 years from now.
Simon, I don't know if you saw my interview with David Icke, and obviously he has some differences with your opinion, but there is some overlaps as well, and some overlaps with all our opinions, to be honest, from different. It's like, basically, David Icke's position is probably, other than the interdimensional bit, the rest of it is basically a mesh of like my opinion and your opinion kind of in one, if that makes sense. So it was really interesting to listen to, but one of the things he was talking about is obviously the same thing we discussed, which is they want to bring in a Palantir state, they want to bring in a kind of control state, these 15-minute cities, these type of things. How do they, from this point, how do they get there from your perspective? Like, what do you think happens?
All right, how do we get to? So I'll watch the interview. But yeah, I am putting it into like translating language. There's a movement from the legacy financial industrial complex world order to a world that dominates through algorithm and technology and the technical industrial complex. If we're talking about massive trends, I believe that's a real power struggle, and this even goes to you can see it at the legislative level with Clarity Act, which is a debate between the banks and the tech companies, effectively, with Larry Fink representing the tokenization programmability side, and then J.P. Morgan and Citibank and Bank of America representing how do we make sure that it all happens at the Federal Reserve level. That debate is actually happening in real time with the Clarity Act. So they released a markup of the 306 pages today, and all of it was around how to maintain that technology power within the Federal Reserve System, while Larry Fink is kind of transitioning to this tokenize everything, program anything, will be the custodian, you will know nothing and be happy. And so that is the power struggle. The way you make the transition is you do the covert color revolutions, the deceitful activities that the British/American empire has always done on the global south. You do it in the global north, and so you keep manufacturing civil unrest, and that provides the justification for slowly deconstructing the Fed. And by Fed, I don't mean Federal Reserve. I mean just the entire American system, of, you decentralize it down to state level where you deconstruct everything at the federal level. Um, and then you manage it through the creating the justification for the introduction of more draconian surveillance measures, which has obviously been a multi-decade long-term operation from way back to 9/11 and Patriot Act, which was already written before 9/11, all the way through to Clarity Act and Genius Act, which we're seeing right now, Bank Secrecy Act, and now what you need is you need to turn X into a social credit score. So make X a financial services platform. You need to make Palantir the algorithmic control grid, which is integrated into 15-minute cities and drone infrastructure, and data centers absolutely everywhere. And then you need the programmable money layer, which is Genius Act, Clarity Act, stable coins, and central bank digital currencies. Once you've got the entire stack, all you need is the justification, like closed borders and ICE, and just all of those different layers of making Americans and Europeans and Brits believe that for their safety, they need to now do digital ID on X. For their safety and their children's safety, they now need to ensure that there's one centralized database where we can verify your age. They need to get everyone talking so that they can weaponize our algorithms, and freedom of speech, not freedom of reach, is the perfect way of doing that. And they need to integrate it into one centralized database called Palantir. And already at this stage, if you take the combined market capitalization of all the companies that are meeting with Xi Jinping this week, that's bigger than the entire US government already. And so you've already created the privatized governance layer. And Trump's job is just to deconstruct, everything, and create the environment of chaos that justifies all of the changes that we're witnessing right now. That's how I do it. Just keep doing what they're doing. It's working incredibly well.
Okay, that makes sense, Simon. And I do want to talk about like some of the things that steps we can take to make sure people are prepped and planned for what's going on. I just want to welcome Amir onto the conversation. Amir, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Hi,
Amir,
Sulaiman. How you doing, man? Glad
doing
hearing
great. How
your
you
voice
doing?
again. I'm good, thank you. Well, I just want
What's
to
your
make a
thoughts on
comment
this?
about,
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
yeah, thank you, about the Reuters report about Saudi Arabia's secretly launched direct military strikes inside Iran. I see that's, it's not a sign of strength, actually. It is a desperate act from a nation that's failed to protect its own territory, had its attacked, and then begged for Iran for restraint. I think Saudi Arabia made itself a target by hosting US war machine. It claims of retaliation is laughable. Um, Iran responded overtly and lawfully under UN Article 51, and Saudi Arabia struck in secret. So this is too embarrassed to even admit it. That's cowardice, not leadership, I think. And Tehran ended the cycle through strength and diplomacy. Then Saudi Arabia emerges as, I think, treacherous, bankrupt, and humiliated proxy in this case. So, what do you think about those, like clandestine attacks Saudi Arabia carried on Iran? Thank you.
And Amir, it said, what's your thoughts on the financial market? It says you put oil and gas in your profile. What's your thoughts? What's going on there?
Well, I think we didn't see the crisis yet because the oil reserves are depleting, and maybe within like 60 or 30 days, we're going to see uh, really bad effects. And I think the Federal Reserve will have to lower interest rates because they're going to be afraid of any recession going to happen. I think this is kind of COVID 2.0 now situation. They cannot keep the interest rates high with the current situation, and lots of people losing their jobs now. And I think unemployment will be rising, and they have to do some kind of simulation into the economy via lowering interest rate. I think with Trump administration, we're going to see negative interest rates. That's what Trump was, advocating for a long time. And especially Powell is out now, and Trump will choose a person I think will take the interest rates down. And once he's going to take the interest rate to zero, the market will tank that time. Same March 2020 scenario, I think. And even the interest rate right now at a level very close to January 2022, and it would be easy for them to bring it down within a couple months to zero. That's not an issue. The economy is really became addicted to low interest rates and simulations. That's the
Cool.
only
Thanks for
thing
that.
they can do. Yeah,
Appreciate it. Thank you. Just
you're
before I go
welcome.
to Gigi, Simon, I just read now there's a headline saying that inflation is its highest since, I don't know, I think it's its highest ever or something. And it's the first time it's basically went above wages. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's not highest ever. So we had a CPI print of 3.8%. The peak of the Russia-Ukraine crisis with transitory inflation in America, we got up to about 9.5%. So it's not there yet. And we have a PPI print, which is the producer price index, which probably will come in at higher than 4%. So inflation is bad, but yeah, I mean, there's no increase in wages. There's no way wages are going to catch up. If anything, there's hiring freezes all around the clock. There's more and more manipulation of employment numbers because people are getting they're transitioning to the gig economy where they don't have employment security. They're just they're running like 3 to 4 different contracts and stuff like that. But yeah, the thing with inflation is we might get that we might get that movement towards 9-10%, but more likely it will start calming down through global demand destruction. And yeah, I don't see even pushing down interest rates like the previous speaker mentioned about it. You can do whatever you want with the short-term interest rate. The only thing that matters is the interest rate on the 30 to 10-year bond, and that's the Fed can only control that by increasing their balance sheet. And if they increase their balance sheet, that's going to pump the stocks, not crash the stocks. And so he could push a short-term interest rate. They could refinance all of the debt in the short term, and then you could have a blowout of longer-term interest rates, followed by the Fed trying to push interest rates down by just purchasing and doing a significant QE exercise. But more on the short-term rates. But that's why they want the short-term down, not because it's going to do anything for the economy. It's so they can refinance the debt on the short term at the lower rate and sell the long-term debt and chuck that on the Fed's balance sheet and just pump the stock market. Trump only cares about two things: GDP and market capitalization of the stock market. Every American could die overnight as long as GDP
Survive.
and stock
Lost.
market valuation goes up. And the only way to achieve that from here is to get the Fed to purchase
That
all
was
of those
done.
treasuries.
And
But
it's
yeah,
already set up.
inflation is
Oh
structurally,
yeah.
it never got
You
down
living?
to the
Well, I'm
2%
originally
that
from
it was meant to
Middlesbrough, but
get
right
down
now I'm
after
in
the last
Doncaster.
crisis. And it looks like it's
Yeah.
structurally going to be around 3 to 4%. And the only way to get that down is a recession. That would be the only way. And the only way to handle a recession is to print money and chuck it all in stocks. So just create as many fake GDP events as you can, like wars, AI capex, like purchasing equities. You just need to manufacture GDP and just justify massive government printing, fiscal dominance. Like the Americans will pay the bill, and the stockholders will reap the gains.
Got you there. Gigi, jump in, and then I got some more questions from Simon Bakajabi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Suleiman. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you're doing for free. And I can for the people that were here since morning at 10:30, that you went through one and another interview. I just want to tell everyone that are listening to this space, please support Suleiman's work. Nobody else does. He's not here to enrich himself. Nobody does it. Remember that Israel is adding 750 million for propaganda. How can, if you call yourself a resistance, how can you fight that? How can you fight that? Don't think of, oh, I cannot afford it. There is no limit. Go and pay £10. I don't know, whatever you can. Put a monthly limit on your budget. Remember how much this space educates you, how much this space kind of support you emotionally. There is no price for that. And he should not do that on a shoestring budget, as he mentioned it early morning when he was trying to get the audio work. Please, I beg of you, support him. And no, he didn't pay me for that. It's just me, I'm asking you. So I want to thank Simon for educating us every day. I really appreciate to listen to you. After that, I want to talk to Manco. How could you, Manco, I don't know, so coldly say that I think Trump should have done the second round of bombarding and you should go, and Israel is saying, let's go and demolish every power plant in Iran. I mean, even putting this out there, how could you live with yourself just saying that? Behind every shell, every bomb that you drop on a country, there is an innocent people dying. Behind every power plant that you think or Israel thinks they should target, there is a hospital, there is a child on life support that will die. We
Yeah, every
should
time
not.
that Iran stops a merchant ship from going through the Strait of Hormuz, it's denying babies all throughout the world the formula that would have been in those ships, the food that would have been produced by the fertilizer in those ships. It causes massive economic devastation, which will kill people, including babies. And I don't see you defending that.
Manco, we should defend, we should speak of both sides. We should say all of that is wrong, but you're talking of the human being life like they're ant. Let's go and spray this ant colony. Even ants deserve better treatment than what you say. They're human, Manco. We are human. Yes, your the propaganda of that 1.2 billion propaganda budget made dehumanized Iranian, as you say, dehumanize all the Muslim, as you say, made them all like ants, and even below that. But these are human beings. I'm not saying don't speak about closing the Chariot of Hormuz, but what other choice Iran had when it was sitting on a negotiation table the night before, and the day after it was bombarded, and the children in the school were killed, and a lot of places were demolished. What else they could do? What other card did they have to play? I mean, what
Yeah,
else?
so that
Chariot
it's
of
about not
Hormuz
playing the
is
card of attacking innocent
Iranian
shipping.
water, Manco. The fact that they
No, it's
allowed
not.
it is
No, the
Iranian
Strait of
water.
Hormuz
It's
is not
Iranian
Iranian
and
water.
Omani's water. Sorry, I misspoke. But it's not. Omanis and Iranians should decide about that. The fact that they let the whole world
The Omanis
use
have
it
already
for
stated that
years
they
for
support
free.
freedom of navigation. So the Omanis have already come out and said that. They said it from the beginning. They have no interest in joining with Iran in some sort of joint tolling thing. So that's if you are a ship and you cross on the southern half of the strait in Omani waters, not Iranian, Iran will still attack you and they will still attack your ship and sink your ship if you don't stop and turn around.
I have a question, Manco, for you. You're sitting in your home. I don't know where you are. Somewhere in U.S. Somewhere in a the really affluent area, and you have a gang come and attacked your home from every side, and they're trying to get your children and your wife and your dog and everything you have, and all you can do is put your car in front of in the public road to block these people that are attacking you. Wouldn't you do that?
So attacking innocent ships in the Strait of Hormuz does not block or stop the US and Israel from flying their bombers over Iran in any way.
It's blocking their allies. It's blocking East Israel to help West Israel. It's blocking. The only way it's choking the world economy for people to pay attention, to help,
What kind
because
of
they're
attention do you think it's giving Iran to choke the world economy? You think it's the good kind of attention?
Manco, people are listening. People are going to the gas station, fill their car, and they think I should kind of figure out why the gas price is so high, because otherwise
You
Americans are
just
so into themselves. They just like themselves so much. Remember, George Bush the second never left America until he became a president. A lot of American think that America is the best place, and American is the best. They are the superhuman, and they don't even need to know what's happening in the world. At least it gives you to come to this space and talk about it and listen to people like Suleiman, like Beatrice, like Andrew, like Simon. At least give you the motivation to learn more. I'm hoping that one day you will learn how to pronounce Iran, because it's very important for every person to pronounce a country's name correctly, especially someone so smart like you.
The problem is you're speaking English. The word that we use for the nation of Japan, is not the correct word that the Japanese use themselves. The word that we use for Germany, Germans call themselves Deutschland. Japanese call themselves Nippon or Nihon. Lots of China pronounce, they got some crazy word there. So we don't use in English the same
Nippon is the
words
Japan.
that people use in their own language. That's just how it works. I grew up learning English. I pronounce it using English. I don't say Kyiv instead of Kiev either.
Okay, but when you talk about Iran so emotionlessly and so coldly, and thinking that Iranian are absolutely not human, this is how your propaganda machine
I've never said they weren't human. This
for
is the
years
problem, that
has
women get all up
dehumanized
in their
us.
emotions and they can't think rationally.
Of course they can. Emotion is a part of human being. Of course, an emotional person also can think rationally. Anyway, that was my 2 cents, Suleiman. I again thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for what you're doing. Beatrice the same, Andrew and Simon. That was my 2 cents. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Gigi. Thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate thoughts. Sam Benjamin?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, sorry, Simon. Hi to everybody on the panel.
Who's
Just before
this?
you jump in,
Who's
I just want to
this?
say something. This is
Oh, okay.
Beatrix. This is the
Thanks for deciding to turn
moral
up. No, definitely
resistance.
not. We've been going for like 8 hours. Who are you, bro? We don't even know you. We don't even know you.
I'm the moral.
Moral
I'm the moral
resistance in the
resistance.
chat. Disavow this random individual who just turned up.
No, they will not disavow me. So I just want to say, the claim about Oman rejecting the proposal, the initial outlet that reported it, and the only first outlet that reported it without any verified source was the Jerusalem Post. The Jerusalem Post said that, and then the New York Times picked it up from there. Oman have never come out. There's no formal official statement from Oman that says we're not going to work with Iran on it. They're cooperating actually on many different things to do with the Strait of Hormuz. And I thought that was important because, they are working together in terms of a lot of the maritime thing, but they've never come out and said, no, we're not doing it. They've continued working together on navigation safety, regional diplomacy, all of that stuff that Iran is doing, Oman is doing with it. So if Oman has come out officially, and it's not just Zio Media reporting it, because remember New York Times is the one that talked about the 40 beheaded babies as well. So let's not forget some of the nonsense about rape and stuff that they've peddled. If there is somebody from Oman, a minister or something, if they've tweeted it or if they've made an official statement, then absolutely I'd be happy to see it, but I can't find anything. So if you can, then do let me know. And there was something that you said yesterday which perplexed me, and I don't want to deviate, so I'm going to go to Simon in a second, but I'm just going to correct it very quickly. You said there was no evidence that America had provided biological weapons to Iraq. There's actually a lot of evidence, and it's actually declassified American documents themselves that show it. And I've got a whole list of them, but that's beside the point. So I just wanted to correct that, and we can go to Simon. We can come back to this later. Simon, go ahead.
Could you? Just got a thing I need to attend to.
Okay. Suleiman, should we go to Amma?
Well, you made Simon leave. Is that what you're here to do? Just to harm our speakers, bruv?
It was Jonah who made him leave yesterday. I'm hoping it wasn't me today.
I think it was. Okay, let's go to. Oops. Let's go to. What's this? Let's go to Amir. Not Amir. Sorry. The Amiri.
What's up?
Yeah. Go ahead, Amiri.
We're
Was that all you wanted to say?
We're waiting for you, Amiri. We're waiting for you.
Okay. I thought the host was pretty immature earlier, for being pretty immature.
For what?
He was basically.
Are you able to
being
string
a hard
the
R. You
sentence
know what a
together?
nigger is?
What?
Yeah. So like when you don't know someone, you don't call them stupid, right?
Okay, you are stupid. Do not use the N-word on my space. It seems like you're the same guy who came earlier and just came on a different profile. And yeah, you are extremely, if I was to use the R word, retarded. Special needs would be the way of saying it. And I respect people who are special needs. I've got no things against them. But that being said, you've got you're one without any kind of eloquence or any ability to speak. This guy came on the space earlier. I gave him the mic. He spoke for like 10 minutes and literally just didn't say anything. And then he's been requesting since then. He came back on a different profile, requesting since then, and that's what you have to say. So don't use the N word on my platform, please. Thank you. Disgusting behavior. Okay, let's go to Andy.
Yeah, there's reports of an earthquake in Tehran, so that's interesting. Hormuz Letter reported it. BRICS News reported it. So I hope everyone in Tehran is okay and it's not too bad. So yeah, that's interesting. That obviously wouldn't be a nuclear test or anything from Iran because they wouldn't be testing a nuke under their largest city. So yeah, it's just yeah. So that's unfortunate that they're having to go through an earthquake with everything else they've been dealing with, because obviously they've been hit with everything from being bombed and obviously sanctions, which they've been going through for 40 plus years. But yeah, it is just ridiculous that people come up into your space and use different profiles and then just think they can say whatever they want. Like, that guy's probably subversive and is trying to say something to then make you look bad. Like, I mean, if you want to use that language, go in another space. Like, that's not what we're about here. Like, it's like, yeah, we're here. We
And
welcome everyone up.
there are JQ spaces where people talk like that constantly. Like they have no filter whatsoever. They don't understand that Suleiman is on YouTube and you can't be using words like that in here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been in different spaces where it's more unfiltered, but yeah, Solomon is on YouTube and he's streaming, and if that stuff gets taken off YouTube, yeah, I don't use that word in it, but I've been in spaces where other people have used it. Yeah, but that's not acceptable in this. In yeah, I don't use that word, but if someone wants to use that word, go in another space. But we are not doing that in here whatsoever. That will behavior is not tolerated in here. This is a family-friendly space.
Well said, both of you. Do you know what? I need to say something right. This morning, I had to be up early for something. And when I wake up early, there's these American spaces running, which we don't see during the day. And I don't even know whose it was, so I'm not even going to say whose it was. But it was early UK time. And I jumped on one of them. And I, honestly, do you know what? I feel like our audience or our spaces, like our space, Suleiman's space, this one, just has a completely different audience to those people. That they're not, I just feel like that, I know they're American, but I feel like they're a different America to the people I speak to here, because do you know what they were saying? They were saying, I only, and this happens all the time. I join to say, oh, let me see what they're saying, and guaranteed I don't last more than 5 minutes, because what they're saying is so like crazy that I think, no, this is just going to depress me for the day I'm leaving. So what they were saying this morning is they were saying, apparently, and I didn't know this and I haven't seen it anywhere because I've not been up to date with news, but apparently Trump endorsed Lindsey Graham. And what they were saying is, oh, we can't stand Lindsey Graham. We don't like him, but we've got to go with Trump's judgment. Because maybe at the end of this, Lindsey Graham's going to be great for America. Because look at all the things that Lindsey Graham has managed to achieve. So yeah, we can't stand him. And yeah, he's Israel first. But then he's got into the most important committees, you know? And he has such an important voice. So we've got to trust Trump's judgment. If Trump says Lindsey Graham's good for America, then he's got to be good for America. Yeah, we know we don't like him because he's Israel first. But then you know what? Trump sees something in him that we don't, because Trump's closer to him. And I thought, oh, freaking, I'll get off this space. Because I just, it makes me exasperated. And what Manko said is right. There are these people, that guy's profile, the guy that Suleiman just, I don't know what his earlier profile was, but the guy that Suleiman just booted off on that profile, what he came up here and said that word, his timeline's full of it. And I have zero tolerance for these people. I block them straight away. My little private account here has probably got a block list 4 times the size of my little follower list, and that's just the way it goes. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how some people think that there's just no humanity, no equality, and it's all about, you know, someone's faith or the color of someone's skin. But it is what it is. Let's go to Arma. Arma, thanks for waiting. Jump in.
Okay. Hi again. I have a question to Simon because about the interest rate and the treasuries, because I think the Federal Reserve has been quietly printing money since December 2025. If you look at the New York Fed's on repo page, shows they are pumping billions into the system. They are buying about like 15 billion of treasuries every month. I think this is just quantitative easing, no matter how they try to spin it. This is a fact documented on their website. Thanks again.
Yeah, they've been doing covert QE. What they've been doing is they've been doing it with like amounts that don't really get major attention. But they've also redefined QE. They've said that QE is only if you're buying the longer term dated bonds. And so because they're buying short term dated bonds, they're kind of just saying it's not QE. So it's all shenanigans. But having said that, they could carry on like that, and then they could keep bailing out, via the repo markets, as you said. But yeah, they're creeping the number up. And so either they continue the covert creep or they manufacture something that justifies a really big print. So yeah, but they are doing it either way, and they need it. They need to meet the demand because the demand for treasuries. A lot of these auctions they rely upon the primary dealers like Cantor Fitzgerald, which is Howard Lutnick's shop. They require them to like step in some of these auctions. And there's still massive demand from like private interest, but the central bank demand is drying up. Like they're all going for treasuries rather than and the Cayman Island number is becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, which is, we know, like shenanigans, and it's 101 leverage, and so they're really just clipping as much as they can out of these auctions.
What did you want to say earlier, Simon, when you had your hand up?
Before Beatrix chased you away.
Yeah, I had an internet blackout earlier last night. But
You better get ready for that, Simon.
I know.
And did you notice, Simon, your internet blackout happened just as soon as Jonah came up on the panel? Did you notice that?
Yes, it's
Just about.
He
Just
took you
about.
down.
all of the Davos crew were headed over to Shanghai. But yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, try like, just listening to like the debate earlier, just try and see that when you're voting for like what Trump is doing, or you're voting for what Iran is doing, when they want to, they can get a shipment over to Pakistan, because Pakistan agreed to host some agreements. And when China won it, when America won it, when Iran won it, suddenly shipments come through. So just understand that while you're picking your team, the real battle is the people versus the elites. And there are elites within America, which are all headed to Shanghai. And there are elites in China, which are all meeting with the elites of America. And there are elites in Iran as well. And there are elites in Britain and Europe that insure the shipments or don't insure the shipments. And all of them are absolutely crushing it right now in terms of the wealth transfer. And where there's that wealth transfer coming from? Is coming from you paying a higher price at the oil pump. It's coming from you choosing that you can no longer afford whatever it is you afford, and so most of your interest is going into your rent, your mortgage, your credit card bill. You're paying for it, and the elites are creating it, and those elites are transnational. And so when you're picking your side and asking someone to be more humane, just try and understand where the real battle is. And Manco, when you think you're fighting for America, you're fighting for all the people that are doing deals with Xi Jinping. You're fighting for Larry Fink, you're fighting for Jamie Dimon, and that's at the expense of your fellow American. And yeah, they may compensate you with a higher value 401k when you retire. But the only reason they're doing that is because they want to manage your money. And when you retire, they don't want anyone to have to pay out, but they want you to be broke all the way up. Or they want you to be co-opted into the corrupt system and benefit from all these wars and all of this stuff. So
But
just try
Simon,
and
we're
understand
fighting a
it.
two front. Yeah, we're fighting a two front war because on the one hand, we are American and we're American first and we want to promote American interests. But then we also recognize that there are many people in America who call themselves Americans who are not loyal to the United States and who are these transnational people, these globalists and all this stuff. And we see them as enemies too. And we have to fight them at the same time we
But
fight the
they're not
external threat.
democratic. They're democratic, they're Republican, they're uni party, and they are Trump. Trump represents them. Trump's fighting for them. Trump is who everything that's happening is for them. And if you're cheering on them, you're cheering on Jamie Dimon, you're cheering on Larry Fink, and you're taking the farmer in America that's about to go bankrupt and you're making him bankrupt so that your food gets poisoned so it can go up to four companies and those four companies can buy some petrochemicals from Saudi and the GCC and make some fertilizers and you will own nothing and be happy and you end up eating bugs for protein because the World Economic Forum has laid out their agenda and Trump is executing that agenda and elites all around the world are working together on that. It's beyond nationalism. It's how do you protect yourself, because supporting Trump, Biden, any of these things is just supporting the raping and pillaging of your fellow American. And I think it happens at the Iran level. I think it happens at the European level. I think it happens at the British level. This is transnational, and we are in a psyop of patriotism, thinking that we're in a battle of good versus evil, where one country is good and the other country is bad. It's
Wait,
not.
so
It's not reality.
I'm not allowed to be patriotic because being patriotic supports Jamie Dimon, even though I oppose Jamie Dimon. Like, these are separate concepts. Like, I can
You
love my country and love America and want America to be victorious in everything it does in the world, while at the same time recognizing that there are subversive elements in America that I also need to devote my time and energy and attention to fighting and counteracting and going against, right? Like I said, it's a two front war. There's multiple things going on at the same time. I can't say you are not American. So I fully understand you looking at the corruption of America and saying, well, then I just hate America. But I don't have that luxury because I am American. And where America rises or falls, so too do I go there. So I
Yes, so
have
just
to be
understand what team you're on.
loyal
You're
to
on Jamie
America, but at
Dimon's
the same
team.
time,
You're on
I'm
Larry
not
Fink's
though.
team.
I'm not though.
You
I
are,
am
because
not though.
Trump
And you
serves
need to
them.
understand that.
When
You need to
you're
understand that America is a monolith. There are different factions that fight for
Yeah, but
control of
when
America. But we are all Americans.
if your primary goal is to take everything that happens, which is going to harm most Americans and is going to do very well for a few elite Americans, which is every single policy that Trump's doing right now, then if you're taking what he's doing and you're trying to make it sound like it's okay, that the average American's going to pay the bill for this war and a bunch of reconstruction contracts, a bunch of massive concentration upwards. That's who you're supporting, and Trump works for them. And so, if you're covering that up, then inadvertently, advertently, whatever, I make no judgment. Most people don't know who they're supporting because they can't see the reality through the deception. But that's what it is. And I say the same on the Iran side, and that's why everyone hates me from whatever side they are. But there are elites from within Iran, and the IRGC owns significant energy resources, and those energy resources are cashing in right now. And the practicality of geopolitics is that people that look like they hate each other are often having to do deals together just from the reality of how it is. So I just, you know, the if you want, it should be power to the Americans, and I don't think anyone engaging in politics is giving power to the Americans, which is sovereign power.
Well, even though Trump was not a one-size-fits-all fix for that, he was a step in that direction. Trump was a step in favor of like populism and against elitism, even though he wasn't
In word
nearly
only.
far enough of a step
In
in
word
order to
only.
completely get rid
Once
of that.
follow the money.
You can take multiple steps.
In word only. If you just stop listening to what he says and look at who's doing well from his policies, then it's just obvious that he's not a step in that direction. He's a continuation of the corrupt system that he serves. And Trump only cares about Trump. He doesn't care about you.
But Trump has delivered wins on a populist level, like he added the $100,000 fee for H-1Bs. He got rid of doing all the refugee admissions. He dropped that by like 95%. He's been doing a lot of other things on things like the number one issue domestically that he got elected on was things related to immigration, and he's been pretty consistent on that. He's also taken a more populist approach to international trade, whereas the transnational elites that you talk about, they want to have the absolute bottom, no tariff situation. They don't want America to get a good deal. They want themselves to get a good deal. And by Trump putting up any trade barriers
Who paid all the
it has been
tariffs?
going against them.
Who paid all the tariffs?
It's a complex question, but mostly
It's not.
the tariffs have been
It's not that
paid
complex. It
by
was it was
people who are.
small American businesses paid the
No,
tariffs.
it's not. That's
It
wrong.
was.
That's wrong.
It was.
That's wrong. Yeah, it's you're
Who
just
did
wrong.
then?
And the reason why we know that for a
Well,
fact
it's not
that's wrong
just to add
is that
something, Manka. Just and do continue. I'm not sure about whether they paid, but you agree that small businesses, small and medium-sized businesses, basically, a lot of them closed because of this major fluctuation in the tariffs during that entire period. So I know I looked into this, but a huge number of small businesses and medium-sized businesses did close down and were basically eaten up by the larger businesses.
I mean
And
that's been something that's been going on for decades.
every
Suleiman.
single check that a large multinational corporation writes comes with terms and conditions that return 10 to 100 times over. And so if they pay, it's because they also extract. And it was the small businesses. That's why there's like 330,000 application for tariff rebates or whatever it may be.
Well,
And it
sure,
was
if you create a
obvious. And it was
system where
obvious
you
by
can.
policy. It wasn't a mistake because America is a net importer and it has a world reserve currency. Doge was a deception. They can't pay down the debt. If you pay down the debt, you're saying you want a Great Depression. The tariffs reset the world into this multipolarity, into this world that transnational capital want. The Epstein files were a covert way, from my perspective, of deconstructing what made the dollar, what propped up the dollar. And the closure of the Strait of Hormuz was and will be one of the biggest wealth transfer that we've seen at least since the global financial crisis and the COVID scam. And Trump delivered that. And these are the big things. They may compensate you with some lip service around H-1Bs, and I get it. Like, but like it's just at some point you need to understand who you work for, and when you hold on to old narratives, and yeah, that's all I'd say.
Let me address the tariffs real quick.
Michael, let me
I've
just
gone
say
into this
something,
a
and I'm
lot.
going to give the mic right back to you, Manko. I will give the mic right back to you. So just two things. Firstly, I don't think Doge was about anything to do with government efficiency. I think it was some massive data exercise, which we'll find out in time. We don't have visibility. But on this H-1B thing, as some of you may know, I'm interested in all things Zio-India government related, because I do believe that they have occupied our countries. When we think we've overcome the Israeli Zionist problem, actually the Indian Zionists are waiting in line, right? It's happening in America, has been happening for some time. It's happening in the UK. The H1B 100,000 it's just a fox. It doesn't happen. He floats the idea, Trump does this really well, as a policy idea in the media. The media picks it up. Do you know what the basic fee is for a H1B to come to America? Like $460 or something. It's not 100,000, Manco. Trump's a fraud. That's it. You were saying earlier on that he, bluffs, and that's why Iran doesn't buy his bluffs anymore. Maybe, but he's actually just a liar. He's a perpetual liar. There's no 100,000 fee. But anyway, Manco, back to you.
Okay, so first, I do have to correct you on that, Beatrix, and you haven't researched this, but Trump actually signed an executive order on September 19th of 2025, adding the $100,000 fee. This was then implemented. It took effect in September 21st, and it was implemented by the USCIS after that. It is now in effect. It does not apply to the people who are already here on H-1Bs. It only applies to the new H-1Bs. And therefore, it has dramatically reduced the new H-1Bs. But because H-1Bs can last up to 6 years, it's going to take time before it works through the whole system. So it's a good step in the right direction. And
No,
it has been
you're wrong, because what you said, and I stand corrected, you said he's implemented $100,000 for H-1B visas, and I said he hasn't. It's
Yeah, he
not
did, but
even
it's for
for
new
all
visas.
H-1B. Wait, let me just correct myself. It's not even for all H-1Bs coming forward. It's for a very specific criteria of people coming. In a year's time, people will still be able to pay the basic of $460 for an application fee and come over if it doesn't fall into that category. Look it up.
Just want to welcome
I'm
everyone
looking
to
at
the
it
stage
right
as well,
now.
Cyrus.
Sorry, Suleiman, what did
Just
you
want to
say?
welcome Gary and Cyrus onto the stage as well. So go back to you, Beatrix.
Hi, Suleiman.
Yeah.
Hi, Beatrix.
Hey guys. Hi, Gary.
Yeah, but I'm looking at it right now, and it says that the new applications after September 21st, 2025, that it does apply. So the area where it doesn't apply is things like amendments or renewals or something of the people who are already here. But for the new people, it does apply. And unless you see, it says there's like a national interest exception that can be made by the DHS secretary or something like that in extraordinarily rare circumstances. That's the only exception that I see listed in the legal stuff. When it comes to the bigger issue of the tariffs, this has been a big domestic issue and an issue among economists fighting about it, which is when Trump started doing all of these tariffs, all of the globalists are very, 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 very much against this because obviously if the US raises trade barriers, it messes up their benefactors' money. It messes up all this transnational capital that Simon likes to talk about. They really, really, really hate this stuff. So what happened was the pro-tariff experts in the administration, like Stephen Moran, came out and said this is going to be a net positive for the United States, and the foreign governments are going to be paying the foreign countries, the exporters, are the ones who are going to be paying the lion's share of these tariffs. And all the liberal economists, they had a full court press funded by the billionaire money, funded by this transnational capital, that came out and said, no, the tariffs are going to be a nightmare. They're going to be a disaster. They're going to destroy America. And they made predictions. Their predictions were, they put out a model and they said this, and there were multiple academic papers they wrote on this, think tanks, all this stuff. And they said, this is going to skyrocket inflation. And according to what they said there's going to be a 95% pass through. Americans are going to pay 95% of the tariffs, and this is going to cause inflation to skyrocket. We just went through all 2025 through now, we're well into 2026, and that did not happen at all. Inflation was flat to slightly down the entire time. So the entire liberal thesis of pass through is completely invalidated. Moran and the others were right that the tariffs are primarily paid, like the large majority of it is paid by the foreign exporters, which makes perfect sense because you're in a competitive market. If you have a situation where there's any kind of competition from a lower tariff area or from Americans or anything like that, and you are from China and you're exporting to the United States, you have a choice. You either have to lower your prices, which means you are paying the tariff, or in order to stay competitive, or you lose market share. You're paying one way or the other. Either the Americans are going to get more market share, or you're going to have to eat more of the cost. So tariffs do work. And I do believe that the evidence that we've actually seen of what has actually happened, everyone put out their theses and they put out their, this is what our models say, this is what we say is going to happen. And the Trump administration ended up being right. So I have to support them on this, and I'm on board with it. I mean, I think that the reality has matched their expectations that we should have. And I think this goes with what you've been saying, Simon, by the way, that you fully expect us to go into moving forward into the future. We are going to have more and more trade barriers. It's going to be less of a completely open free trade than we've had in the past.
Yeah. Well, I came on this space and I went on my YouTube channel and told everyone this will have three impacts. The first one is American small businesses will go bankrupt because it will concentrate upwards, because America is by definition the world reserve currency, which means that it has to be a net exporter, and it runs a trade deficit and a fiscal deficit by definition, because its number one export is dollars. And so therefore, this will bankrupt small to medium sized businesses that can't pay the tariff or get the uncertainty around supply chains, and have a similar effect as COVID. And the same will happen to the export countries. It will concentrate wealth up to a smaller and smaller number of companies that are able to negotiate the two-way side of tariffs, where they can offset them through other types of perks. And the third thing I said it would do, I said it would bankrupt the small businesses in America. It would lead to record M&A activity for the export-dependent countries, and that will be the small businesses, not the large companies. And it will drive everyone to doing a deal with China and BRICS. And once you had the net inflow of tax revenue and it starts to impact the deficit, you have a reversal of policy. The reason is because that if it does have a side benefit, which I completely agree with, which is rebuilding the manufacturing base in America and getting people to invest in America, but that comes with a consequence. And that consequence is you have to give up world reserve currency. Because in order to rebuild the manufacturing base, you have to deal with the structural deficit. The structural deficit impacts the capital account, and the capital account means you have to weaken the currency. If you weaken the currency, you break the petrodollar, you break the euro dollar, and you break the Japan carry trade. And all three of those are happening. The side effect, obviously, inflation was the thing that everyone was debating on the front line. But anybody that knew, and Scott Bessent certainly knew, that would be the impact of tariff. Whose agenda does that serve? Global, what you call globalists. That's who it serves.
So, Simon, if the supply of dollars is reduced because the deficits shrink and the trade deficit shrinks as well, like the federal deficit shrinks because the foreigners buy our debt, and then the trade deficit shrinks as well. So there's less of a supply of dollars going out into the world. The consequence of that is that we have a dollar that increasingly strengthens, right?
Are you talking about domestically? So you're strengthening it domestically, but weakening it internationally.
Well, so the exchange rate becomes
because you're
a
reducing
strong
the
dollar
demand for
exchange
dollars
rate.
in the
Well,
global
we're taking away
market.
supply, so it should make the
But
demand
remember,
higher.
you have to have a recession. So if you decrease the money supply, then you decrease the amount of dollars out there, which means that you're doing demand destruction. You need businesses to go bankrupt for that to work, because you need
No, I'm
people to
saying
default on their debt, because
so
the dollar is debt.
the main ways we export dollars is through the federal budget deficit and then also our trade deficit, right?
No, the main way you export dollars is through the IMF, through war, and through covert operations.
I mean, but at the end of the day, that comes from federal deficit spending, right?
And
Like if we
then
had a balanced
pricing,
budget.
and then pricing like oil and gold in dollars, and allowing foreign banks to create euro dollars. And yeah, those are the main ways. But yeah,
Yeah, so but if the dollar strengthens and we have a strong dollar situation like we did in the 1980s, doesn't that naturally rebalance because that
no,
forces
because then
the
you get
trade
capital,
deficit to
you
be
get
worse?
foreign capital inflow. If your currency, if the dollar continues to strengthen, you have the dollar milkshake theory, which is where everyone needs to invest in America, and then you lose complete control of all of your stocks, all of your real estate, all of your bonds. And you just need to keep doing the opposite of what you said you're doing, which is the model that was being done before. And so if you strengthen the dollar, the only way to go nationalist is to weaken the dollar. If you strengthen the dollar,
Yes,
then
and
you're going
that's
globalist.
like that's the avowed policy of the Trump administration, right? Is that they want the dollar to be weaker, right?
Well, Scott Bessent says it, but Trump obviously can't say it. But I think that that's what this is all about, which means give up world reserve currency, make America a regional power, lean into AI and robotics, stimulate the economy through debt, through fiscal dominance, which means massive concentration of wealth up to globalists that then allocate that capital out globally. And that's exactly what's happening.
So can't the Trump administration also push dollars out simply by doing these currency swap lines like we did with Argentina, like I think we did with UAE recently, and we can do that with other countries where it's essentially we just give them dollars and they give us our their local currency.
Yeah, and the reason to do that is because you're trying to get them not to sell their US equity, which equals control, and you're trying to get them not to sell their bonds because that would push yields up and blow out the bond market where the Fed has to buy them. And so instead, if you don't want the Fed and America to own all the treasuries and you don't want foreigners to sell them, then you instead issue them an FX swap line. And if you're doing it with a country like UAE, which is pegged to the dollar, then it's a less risky trade. But if you do it with Argentina, you could blow up, via, but you're doing the old globalist strategy under that mechanism with Argentina.
Yeah, and as long as UAE has a pretty big credit line, they can turn around and take the dollars they get from us and swap those out with other countries as well, right? And spread it out from
What
there.
you're
So it's
doing
not
is
like
you're
it's limited to
lending
UAE.
UAE in exchange for their currency, dollars. You're allowing them to benefit from that line, and then they can lend it back to the US government to purchase bonds. And that means that the bondholders, the foreign capital holders, become the bond vigilante, which control the American market. So anytime Trump wants to do a policy, the bondholders can come along and they can say, right, we'll blow out yields, which is what's happening now, above 5% by selling our bonds, which increases yields. And therefore, you have to capitulate on your policy, which is what happened with the tariff policy. As soon as the foreign bondholders started selling down their bonds, Trump had to reverse the tariff policy and go back to the globalist strategy. So it's basically hook, line, and sinker by the financial industrial complex. Anytime they want Trump to do something, they can do it through the bond market. They can do it, and you're witnessing it right now in real time. So if they
So
don't sell
wouldn't
their
they?
bonds, then the yield doesn't blow out, and Trump has to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed for longer, which manufactures a bigger global crisis, which concentrates wealth upwards. So bondholders rule. And when you give FX swap
But
lines, you're giving
there's
more
still
power to foreign countries. You're saying, all right, you don't sell your bonds, you don't sell your equity. We'll give you a loan in dollars, and then you can lend it back to us and become a deeper and deeper bondholder. or you can do with it to make your own financial system more powerful, and you can become like in the euro dollar market.
Now, there are some winners from closing the Strait of Hormuz, like you've said, but on net, there are way, way more losers, right? I mean, this is causing a lot of negative economic harm throughout not only the Gulf countries, but all of their trading partners, as well as pushing up commodity prices a lot, which is going to have all these second order effects, right?
Yeah, and then you got to look at it from who benefits short term, who benefits medium term, who benefits long term. If you're in the American system, then your quote unquote globalists have a 3-month cycle in terms of their earnings report, and your presidents and politicians have a 2-year cycle in terms of midterms, and the next election. If you're a Gulf sovereign wealth fund, or you're a monarchy that doesn't worry about change of leadership, then you can have a long-term plan and take a short-term hit, and you can scoop up all the assets, hedge, which is what the Gulf countries did. And then obviously, if you're China, you can just have what the Gulf countries is that they've got a long-term strategy on a two-way track, work with both China, the East and West. And then if you're China, then you just optimize for one-way strategy, which is Eastern dominance, and let America go crazy with all these tariff policies and stuff like that. If you're America, you just optimize for the 3-month earning report, stock market valuations, and you're always short term, which means that you use the money printer to extract as much wealth by those that are closest to the money printer and screw everyone else. That's structural, systemic, and no one changes that.
Simon, I have a question for you. How do you differentiate? I'm with you in elites will taking all the money from the middle class, and it's everything going upward. But how do you differentiate a country that has been under sanction wars for 47 years, but still have health completely free for everyone, education free, pay farmers in the villages when they don't have crops, and distribute the poverty that was forced upon them between themselves and the population. Do I like IRSG? No. Did I left Iran because of them? Yes. Do I think they are the best option now to fight the worst evil? Yes. So how do you differentiate a country that has been trying and trying and trying to pay for the minimum survival of their population? And I'm not there. I'm just watching it from outside. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay there, but I watch it from outside, and I know that if your husband, for example, dies, you get in Iran, you get the salary in full, the income. If you're a daughter of a family that both parents were working and died, you still receive income. Your health is free. You can go up to PhD and pay zero. So how do you differentiate that country with America? That in 1970, when the gold was $35, the minimum wage was $1.40 or something. Don't quote me on that, but around that. And today, average minimum wage is $15, or some places 13 to some places 20. And the gold is almost 5,000, 4,700, whatever. So the minimum wage increased 10x during the 50 plus years, when gold, which is a rock, obviously, and it shows the real inflation, has gone 140x. How do you differentiate this to reality of this world? I know that middle class of America is already gone. There is no middle class. You cannot survive on minimum wage anymore in US. Homelessness is everywhere. There is no homeless in Iran. Do you know that? That's why I salute them. I'm not in Iran. And yes, I do not like some of the IRSG. Some of them are corrupt and transactional. But how do you differentiate two countries when one of them, the leader, didn't leave his very humble house while they told him the bombs are coming? He said, well, if you can put all Iranian in a shelter, I'll go. And the other one is just enriching himself every day by tweeting. How do you differentiate that? I just want to see your view on that. Thank you.
I think your statement was how you differentiate it. It was a loaded question, right? Are we talking about economics? Are we talking about a strategy of dealing with the global hegemon? Are we talking about socialism versus capitalism versus communism versus the psyops? Like, are we talking about foreign interest trying to steal your oil? Like, there's just too much in that
Yeah,
question.
sorry, my question was not clear. Sorry, I meant that when you say that they're all into this theater together, which I'm with you, they all are in there to basically enrich themselves. All the rulers of the world, all the regimes, and all the presidents, or whatever, the financial elite. And I'm with you on that. But how do you differentiate these two reality? Meaning that yes, I know there are evil in the world, and the financial elites are draining the middle class. But I think they're doing it less in Iran today. That's all I want. I want you to emphasize. You said there is no evil, because when I told Manco, how can you be so
I didn't
cold
say
and
there is
talking?
no evil. I said there's
Yeah.
no evil country and no good country. There's evil and good within a construct of a nation state.
Okay, thank you. The only reason I'm here and cheering for Iran, for the survival of a country that I really love, is because I think they, although I tell you, I am not pro IRSG, I'm not, but I think they're the only hope we have now to protect the the people of Iran. So that's me, but maybe I'm wrong, but because I really trust you and you're a great analyst, I want you to differentiate this. When you say they're all going to go to China, and I know, I think they're going to go to China and show their hands, all of them. They're just, it's a photo op for us, but the real thing will happen behind the closed door, and we will never know. And I'm sure the part of Iranian government is transactional and in this theater, but I think they're what they have done during the 47 years of sanctions and war. It shows that a majority of them, or at least some of them, are really human and doing things for their people.
Again, it's quite loaded. There are people that do things for their people. There are people, like, it's just I just try and get to basic motivations and the reality that when you are a country and you're dealing with a global hegemon that wants to kill you, assassinate you, regime change you, install a puppet, steal your resources, and effectively make sure that the global south, um, suffers for all the cheap product so the global north can consume it, and then they turn all their people into debt obligations. I just look at the entire structure and recognize that the nation state cartoon and nationalism is a psyop in itself, because there are the constructs and the way that these currency wars are constructed, which was the British Empire. Let's face it, it was the Dutch that gave it to the Brits, and the Brits installed it through three central banks in America, and this global model. The empire never ended; it just changed host. and Iran has a deep history in terms of the fact that they were unlucky enough to be born with oil that the empire wanted, and they developed strategies to deal with that. And one strategy is that you have to play a game. You know, Saudi chose one strategy, Iran chose another strategy, and you can look at the outcome of that. Then a new empire comes along, and everyone adjusts to the new reality that you have to factor in that China's the new game in town. And what do you do with the previous bully? Where you come up with a strategy, and one way to do that is you either kill each other and blow each other up, or you come up with the least bad way of managing that transition and execute it and figure out who needs to go in order to make that happen. And then you've got an internal struggle of incentives where everyone's trying to make sure that their version of the world happens. That's all I can say. I think I dominated the conversation. Like Gary's come up, I think. Gary, how you doing?
Continuing
Gary,
to learn how to
Gary is
move between
absorbing.
other apps and this app. So sorry for the long delay. Hello, everyone. Hello. Happy Tuesday, I think. Um, Crude oil's
Gary, what
up.
do you think is going to happen in Shanghai?
Uh, what do I think? I found the list of players going to be very telling, in particular Visa and MasterCard. And another company that I didn't know the name of and I didn't have the interest to go look, but it was a funny name like Luminina or Illuminina, kind of like Illuminata, but it was different letters. What do I think, man? How long they're going to be there? Does anybody know? When do they arrive? When do they leave?
Trump's meant to go tonight.
Yeah,
Like late. I think he's already set off. Sorry, he's already set off. The
yeah,
actual meeting's meant to be on Wednesday, and then he's meant to. Sorry, actual meeting's meant to be on Thursday, and he's returning on Friday.
yeah. Um, Looks like they're going to cut a deal. I mean, I don't know what they're talking about. Hell, I don't know anymore, buddy. You know, you could have a flight full of fucking heavy hitters and China doesn't even see us. I have no clue what's going on, but I suspect the only way to solve all of this is to cut the world up into three pieces. I don't see a fourth piece necessary at this point, but you just cut the thing up into two or three pieces. Three would be better. And it's going to be the people that are very, very long energy resources or population size. So and I like it. I think that's very good. We will have competition. I would rather have competition at the market level, including AI, than I would at the kinetic level. Because I don't see the kinetic level. I mean, you push me around and I will knock you out. I will get violent if you keep fucking with me. But like to me, it's the absolute last resort. And we use it as if it's sending someone to the principal. Over a tardy record. I just don't think you can keep doing this. And the hilarious thing is, we are watching, if we remove ourselves from the nationality of this, I'm a human being. That is all I am. I am only obligated to the human race. I wasn't born into this and made a decision to terrorize people for 67, 68 years. And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. I don't know why people give an American grief over going, hey, this is uncool. I do not know why anyone would get upset with me, call me a non-American or anti-American for sitting in a room like this and talking about, wow, there's an earthquake in Iran today nobody's talking about. There's so much shit going on this planet. But I think they carve up the carve up the planet in three pieces. And hopefully that'll be good. And we're going to probably need to get comfortable with this. Must be the last run for the fossil fuel guys. I'm just spitballing here off the top of my mind, which quite frankly sometimes is the best answers. It seems to me like this could be the last hurrah for fossil fuel, and they're just going to like, okay, we're going to get. Remember, $5 gasoline means nothing to Exxon. They don't dig it. They don't really like. It's not great. $5 gasoline does not go to Exxon's bottom line. The crude oil price goes to Exxon's bottom line. The refining spreads go, but when you have to pay $5, $6, $7 for gasoline, don't blame Exxon. Okay, blame OPEC, which is falling apart. I think that's amazing. I also think so. We have constructs, agreements between entities that are falling apart that were made 100+ years ago. Okay, these agreements are failing to survive the future, and our weaponry, bro. Our weaponry is like we woke up yesterday, and most of our weaponry is bullshit now. It's not going to be like capable. Like all those ships are fucking liability. Like, I don't know what people are thinking, right? I think the freaking planes could be liabilities in the future. If you can knock down a bunch of drones with electronic pulses, you don't think they're going to be doing that on an F-35? Shit. So we're just in a whole new world. And nothing's going to change, okay? And by that, I mean, there's always going to be a villain, and there are going to be people that choose to be Robin Hood. This has been going on for tens of thousands of years. There's going to be a Simon somewhere, okay? The Robin, the good guys, and there's going to be some bad guys. Maybe we should look at it in that frame of reference instead of, hey, like this is something that's never existed before. Because I do think sometimes, oh, this is the end of the world. This is the worst thing. It's like, this shit's been going on forever, dude. Human beings are animals. We're not very smart. And probably the people that are running the show are, in fact, subhuman, like, as in like actually stupid, like dumb. And that's why you would do this, okay? You're actually stupid. So you use control over, probably we're also going to find out there ain't 8 billion people on this planet. We're going to find out so much stuff in the next 12 to 24 months, guys. I think it's shocking, actually. And that this is all occurring at one time. That's the other question we should be asking. There is an awful lot of stuff outside of Iran that's going on. A lot, man. And to sit here on the sidelines, somebody was bitching last night, some young guy was bitching about his prospects. I think he was like 48. And I'm like, bro, I'm so sick and tired of hearing you guys bitch. Like, I did not have a choice when I was born in Louisiana on March the 21st, 1958, dude. I showed up. The scene was playing out, and I decided to man up. I had some decent parents. The people today, y'all need to understand, like, we're at war, dude. There's an earthquake occurring at every level. At every level, society, culturally, nationally, currency and monetary values, strategies for having prosperity in the future. And we have a bunch of weaknesses. If we were athletes going into an Olympic game, America and families and individuals should be looking at, hey, how prepared are you to go to this Olympic game that we're in? Because if you're dragging a bunch of fucking baggage like debt and fear and worry, I don't want you on my team, dude. I need champions on the team going, okay, let's go. We are ready for this battle. And it is a battle. It's going to be a battle for freedom, for censorship, to be able to move around freely. Everybody on this app has always been able to move around, go in and out of any country you wanted to, at least 98% of them, without undue hassle. And that's changing. That is changing rapidly. So I would like to see us just, take a breath. We've had these events before. Robin Hood's been around. Bad guys have been around. They'll be around. That's why they made movies like Star Wars. There's going to be the Darth Vaders fucking Darth Vader's. You just want to shoot them all in the face. And the truth is, and there's going to be those that serve Darth Vader, and they to me are the bigger problem. It's the weak man that took the $10,000 check or the $100,000 check or the $1 million check or kept his mouth shut on this app. That's the guy that's the real enemy, man. Yeah, not Simon. We need more outrageous, outspoken people. Okay, bring the Crastensons out. They won't survive though, see, because they have no material value whatsoever. And that's why I look at Simon as an example, not to like shine his knob or anything, but over time, a fraudulent dilettante with medium amount of knowledge on a subject, after hours of communication, he will show himself. And so I would just look at it from that way. I think, and I appreciate some of it comes off as, but look, it's hard to listen to, man. Who wants to confront that we're run by idiots, people with IQs? And by that, no government official with an average IQ, which by the way in America is 90, should be in government. Okay, sorry, sub 90 is not a leader. He is a person that hopefully can read and take orders and will follow suit. But I'll bet you half. I spent 3 days in Washington. I could not believe the IQs. It was horrific, man. So we have weak people running the deal, and weak people use weak currencies, weak exchange between each other to do trades. They don't let people like me do business with them. They wouldn't want me in there. They go to country clubs. There's a lot of soft shit going on, right? So when that goes away, I think we'll be in a lot better shape. The problem is the middle people, the soft people don't go away. And that's why I always said, hey, we will have to end up with a fist fight at some point on a national basis to determine what this country actually is and is not. Because it is not what it said it was in 1963. Everything after that, there's never been a moment where America really is what it says it is constitutionally. And this isn't all about America. I'm sure you got all the same gangsters, different gangsters doing the same shit in their countries. Look, guys, I mean, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, or whatever the saying is, right? This is not new. That's all I'm trying to say.
You know what you need, Gary? You need
I need
Keir
some
Starmer.
Bitcoin, baby. I need about
You need
10
Keir
million more
Starmer.
Bitcoin.
You need Keir Starmer. Then everything will be okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's an embarrassment to the English race, bro. Wow. You haven't had, the Brits, you guys have been a police. I lived there for 14 years. So I've probably been to Westminster more than most people in England have been because I work right next door to it. Dude, it kills me what's happened to England.
It's regime change every 2 years, Gary.
Yeah, but it's not because he
No,
is
it's
not.
not.
He is not.
Exactly.
No, he's not, dude. There's four people running that country. I mean, running the entire continent. England is not a free country. England has no. It's disgusting what's happened. So I think there's going to be a fight, and I think if you look at London, if you look at England, that is where we should see the fight. Ireland, England, Greece, Italy, this has happened before. Okay, you're going to have people that go, hey, enough is a fucking enough.
But Gary, aren't we standing for democracy by sending weapons to Ukraine?
Are we? Look, dude, we're in the Ukraine because we started that one too. I mean, the grief I got for talking about the Ukraine, we're nobody studies any history. They just listen to the Wall Street Journal and go. We've been meddling around. It never made sense that Putin would poke the bear. Never. Look, we're the bully here, okay? Period. And bullies never stop until they're slapped down like little bitches. We are the bully. We're using bully tactics, man. Come on. It's not a fair, it's like if you're an American and you can't see that, then I don't really understand how, like, what fucking education you got just to observe clearly the obvious. America and a country with or a race or whatever it is with a blue and white flag seem to be involved in absolutely every travesty on this planet that's not naturally made. Every one of them did. And I'm sorry, but I'm not stupid enough, and I'm not propagandized enough or in a cult enough to not say, wow, looks pretty obvious to me. If I was a policeman, these would be the guys I would be asking questions of. It would for sure not be Cuba. I mean, I do not think Cuba is creating many problems for us. Anyway, that's my little rant, man. We got what crude oil is doing right now. It's the first time in history, dude. Crude oil has been like this hard. West Texas is over 100. Now, this is interesting. This is interesting. We'll see how long this can last. The other thing I will say, I thought it was interesting. Few of the energy players were on that plane ride, if any, to China.
And Nvidia, no Nvidia.
Yeah, that was interesting. What do you think that's about, man? You think that he's either, that'd be an awesome way to go, oh, wow, they're on the outs. Not really. Huh? What nationality is he?
Singaporean, isn't
Who?
What's his name? The guy that runs NVIDIA.
He's a Chinese guy.
That's what I thought too. See, I
Yeah,
think that's very interesting, right? Chinese guy not going to China.
exactly.
So,
Now that's what
Mookie-san. We have a double shot.
Gary-san.
Yes,
The
sir.
thing, the thing is, yeah, I think that's
But by the
infiltration.
way, anyone saying that I'm being racist, dude, people make fun of my accent all the time. You're welcome to. Okay, we all got one. Sully's got one.
Well, I've
Simon's
got a good
got one,
one.
dude.
Gary,
Well,
your sounds like
bro,
you're
mine's
sleeping.
sexy, dude. Just
Your
check with the
sounds like you're
girls.
sleeping, Gary.
Yeah. Well, you want to make everyone feel like you're dumb as a bag of rocks, dude, at all possible times.
That's hilarious. But you know what? We can take the mick out of each other, but we know the worst accent. Beatrix and Keir Starmer. Like, they put you to sleep.
I haven't got an
They put you
accent.
to sleep.
I speak the Queen's
They put you to
English.
sleep, Gary.
So actually, Gary, Jensen Huang was born in Taiwan, which has got nothing to do with China.
Are you taking the mick out of my accent,
No, that
Simon?
wasn't you.
That's interesting. Taiwan, huh? It's still very interesting that he's not on the train, dude. That's a $5.3 trillion company. It increased in value in 365 days by $9.6 billion a day for a gross increase in 1 year of $2.5 trillion. $2.5 trillion. Try to write that number down. You will be shocked at how fucking bad you are at commas and zeros. Okay, that is $9.6 billion a day of increased stock value. And he's not going to China on what's probably the most important commercial reset discussion in history. That's amazing.
Yeah, to give you a context of that number, I haven't done this a while, so you can fact check me, but it will be roughly right. If you take every dollar and convert it into a second, a million seconds, I think, is 12 days. And again, I might not have got this right, but the end result will be right. A billion seconds is 12 years. I probably got that wrong. But the point is, a trillion is 32,000 years. We're talking before Jesus Christ. So 32,000 years versus 12 seconds versus 12 days is the difference between a million and a trillion. And yeah, his company's now worth 5 trillion. And Trump was negotiating to sell those chips to China because he wants the GDP and market cap of Nvidia to go up. If you think he's defending national security with that decision, you know, it's a big club.
But yo, while we're playing with numbers, which I love to play with, on that same thing, so it's $2.5 trillion. Okay, companies. We're talking about Nvidia, folks. $5.3 trillion valuation. 2.5 trillion was added in the last 365 days. If you gave 3.5 billion, one half of the supposed 8 billion, and I cut it down by another half a billion because I don't think there's 9 billion people on the planet. But let's say you take 3.5 billion and you take that market cap. This happened in 1 year, folks. Okay, 1 fucking year. That would be $72,000 per human being, 3.5 billion times. $71,000. $71,000 per human being, not family, per human being.
Which essentially means, peeps, the
Jesus Christ, man. Family of four is making $250,000 before you get out of bed. This is like, now look at the military waste. They say they spent 25 billion in 1 day, 1 week. Do that math.
which essentially means
Sorry, Sam.
that AI and all the energy and all the infrastructure that goes behind it and all the software that sits on top of it is either the biggest scam in human history or it is the next global government. There's no real there's nothing in between. And that's what is happening in Shanghai.
I agree with that, bro. I totally agree with that. It's either a massive scam, not scam, but nowhere near what people are saying it is, which is hard for me to understand because I've already seen efficiencies, or it's one player wins the game. That is what should happen here, right? That's why I think, Simon, you got to get back to the Robin Hood thing, right? One guy's, because look, they're building a system for one thing. What if you and I built hey, dude, we're going to take on the bad guys. Now you may say, well, I need my AI. That system has to be in place before the other system's in place because there's only one winner. You know you're going to have a war. Then that suggests you can't have a Chinese AI and a American AI. This has been a problem for me the whole time. Whose data are they going to use, dude? The data we have in America is completely different than the data they have in Europe. Your history is utterly different if you just read the books, and much less go to China, Japan, India. The base foundation? I mean, what they're going to do? Just make up, one person needs to make up a whole new story, feed it into the machine, and that's the machine the future gets. I mean, there's a theory we did this 200 or 300 years ago. Now, just reset everything, blew everything up, buried it, moved a bunch of kids around because there wasn't that many. I can't figure it out, buddy, other than it's evil. See, when there's this many issues, you're like, oh shit, it's just evil, man. Why are Americans arguing with each other over this issue? Oh, it's evil. That's right. Okay.
But when you look at the table, you see the CCP and you see a bunch of executives, and they definitely
Yeah.
answer to their shareholders, and those shareholders all used to fight wars with each other, and there used to be Dutch power and Spanish power and British power and Portuguese power and Chinese power and Indian power, and they're all sat around the table figuring out how a group of people win all on a monopoly board. And AI is definitely that technology, and it requires the most amount of energy expenditure at these prices that you could ever imagine. Imagine just pumping the entire stock market.
Well, this is why we know that there's a flaw in the AI story. It's a gaping hole, and it's what you just pointed on. In my opinion, if you notice, there's starting to be quite a bit of chatter between massive players about AI energy sources being done in outer space. This is why I think, hey, maybe this is the last hurrah for fossil. Because at $5 gasoline and $100 crude oil, dude, I promise you, every project ever considered around energy is being taken out of every research department, every venture guy, every private equity, every investor who'd ever invested in a crazy idea on energy, water, tidal, flood energy, grabbing energy out of the solar system. I mean, all kinds of shit, dude. We're talking $5.3 trillion. This is my point. Do you know how much money that is? It's 13 zeros. Okay, it's $71,000 for 3.5 billion people on planet Earth, man. Okay, in 1 year. Okay, does that solve the poverty problem? Bingo, done. So I think, and I think I do think it's related to this whole alien thing, because what if there's technology out there that's just like, dude, we can do this for $20, much less 100. And if that's the case, then what you need to do is you need to consolidate all the energy resources. I actually think this part's a good idea if you could just remove the evilness. Like, it is not an efficient industry. I keep saying that. It's not because people are stupid. It's because it's a very complex industry, and the demand side of it is extremely complex. This is what the Bitcoin community has never really figured out. To go to the last mile to a consumer and get them some fuel is like it's amazing that we have done that in 100 years, guys. Now, it's not amazing if Nikola Tesla was right and we could have done it a different way. But if this was the way that we had to do it, this is an amazing feat that we have accomplished in 100 years. That all, 40% of the world's population cooks with wood today, still today. And you can say it's about the dollar, but and maybe it is, okay, but this is a large planet, and this is a very complicated. How do you get a kilowatt of energy over many, 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 many miles without losing or degrading or costing yourself so much it's impossible to survive or prosper? And that's what really this is about. So I think, Simon, we have another tech that's going to slip in here and solve the data problems, because you cannot build these centers like the way they're talking about. It is not sustainable. You can't get the energy there. And if that's right, I should short the shit out of every one of these companies.
But
I mean,
isn't
the
that the
most
rug pull?
colossal shorts on the planet, because these companies were put in play. Excuse me, I'll just finish here. These companies were put in play when the crude oil price was $57. They
Yeah,
did
isn't
not calculate $108 crude oil. So why has their share price gone up straight up? All of them in the last month. This makes no sense to me. Go ahead, Simon.
yeah 100%, and it's built into it, because you can see if you look at, so DeepSeek is raising at 45 billion now, and OpenAI is raising at 1 trillion. And DeepSeek has 90% of the efficiency, open source, and can do it at 1/10 of the backbone cost infrastructure. And then you create an energy crisis where China ends up with coal energy, hydro energy, like wind energy, like every type, solar energy, every type of energy that exists. They got a bunch of the refinement, so they end up with all the silver, all the gold, like everything, because they got the refinement. And then on the western side, you have this ginormous valuation bubble, which is created by devaluing everyone's currency and everyone's savings, where they have to go into assets. So you got no choice but to get into assets to survive. And then you can do the almighty
Hang
rug
tight,
pull.
though. Hang
Huh?
tight. I think you're missing one piece, man.
What's that?
I think America This will make for a very interesting discussion on this show. I think America has a liability trading on planet Earth today. Every player it competes with is supported by its sovereign. It actually has no difference between church and state or business and state, right? Not all other countries, China, it's not a bunch of companies. I think you're going to see that it will become necessary for America to own these companies as the government, because then you can do things that China will do that no company could ever do on its own.
Yeah, I think it's the other way around. I think the companies own the government, and they're not going to give up that.
Okay, maybe, okay, but all I'm saying is that you're going to see the United States government take large positions in companies. It's already worked.
I
Like
think,
the
yeah,
Intel and Westinghouse deal was freaking smart deals. This is where he should have just kept his dick in his pants. Pardon my language, ladies. But seriously, I mean, these are awesome deals. His legacy should be about, hey, I changed the way the world worked commercially, not militarily. And maybe that's what they're trying to do.
I
But
think I'd put, if I were planning something like this, I'd make it where the government is completely subordinate to the corporate class. Then I'd
totally, dude.
concentrate
Totally. They're the last
everything.
guy paid.
Yeah. Then I'd concentrate everything upwards, wipe out all the small businesses, make it where every American has to sell their assets in order to handle an affordability crisis. I'd concentrate it up as concentrated as I could get it. Then you need a structural rug pull. And then you'd factor up, you'd make sure that the federal level just disappears. You'd factor America up into 52 different countries and a bunch of communities
I
where
mean,
they all have.
we have to have the biggest government on planet Earth, right? I've never heard anybody come up with that stat, but it would be very interesting to see. Well, China, how big is China's government? I
Yeah, it's a
suspect
beast. It's a beast.
yeah, right up. And that, I think, quite frankly, I think that's probably a monster problem for any leader. How do you get rid of 4 million people? You know, that have this old mindset of pushing paper around, not creating any value.
Yeah.
But I
And
think
then
we're
you've
gonna
got
have. Do you
250
agree?
million Chinese that are about to retire and become unproductive.
Yeah, you think so, huh? I don't know, bro. That might be true, but there's no way they have 1.5 billion people. So their numbers are all fucked up. There's no way they have 1.5 billion people. I would bet $1 million. If their numbers are really 700,000, look, we know all these governments lie on all their stats. But that's what I think. I think you'll see, which could be the play in the Middle East right now. Because this is the truth. I do not believe the Middle East will ever run. There'll be a lot of people that will be offended by this comment, but dude, these companies like British Petroleum and Shell and Exxon, they are geniuses in engineering. I mean, they have been doing this so long. The Middle East would actually do very well under and maybe Halliburton and Caterpillar, all those guys are all out there, but most certainly it's commercially viable for them to be out there now.
But
But if you
if
could,
you knew the oil jig was up, Gary, what would you do? You'd engineer prices as high as possible. You'd get as much cash as you can.
well, they
You'd
didn't know.
convert it to
Well, I'll tell
gold,
you
and
what,
then
they
you'd.
did not know. They did not know this was going to happen. Okay, they thought these prices were going to go higher. They did, dude.
But
They
you'd
thought.
engineer. You'd cash in as much as you can, and then you'd build the alternative energy, wouldn't you? That's
Well,
how would you engineer the end game of oil?
I don't. Uh, well, you're not going to engineer the end game for oil. At these prices, you have basically poked the energy companies in the brain. They're high right now, but like they will not. They will get crushed in this because every project on the planet. I don't think it's about solar and wind, dude. I think it's about water and electricity and
Nuclear,
frequencies
space, nuclear.
and
It's like
nuclear. But
everything.
nuclear solves no problems for 6 years. It's a little bit like the data center problem. Who's going to build a 75-mile, 3 terawatt fucking line, dude, to a new facility?
There's only one
You
way.
can't.
There's only one way. Communism. It's the only
Yeah,
way to
yeah,
build it.
yeah. Well, they give plenty of people jobs. And listen, I agree with. Like, I like UBI, but my UBI is like, yeah, you're doing manual labor 8 hours a day, dude. We're going to put you at a data center this week. We're going to throw you on a highway next week, and you get paid, 70 grand a year. Shit. See, this has to be evil, okay? Because, look, I'm not a dumb business guy. If left unconstrained, I think I could fix this whole problem. We would literally stop going to beating people up. We would take every dollar and bring it back to America, and we would build a futuristic freaking country, man. And with we're flying between Houston and New York. Like, just open up every bit of technology possible. And if it wipes a few companies out, fine, man. Write a bond, do something about it. Okay, but I don't really give a fuck. If I pick the wrong stock, I should get crushed. I should. And 80% of the population in America, since that's all we care about, ain't in the stock market. Okay, it's the gasoline and the housing costs and the food costs that's killing them. By the way, all of that, Simon, see, there's no way they can stop it now. This is why I love markets, because high prices are solved by one fucking way, man. More high prices. What's going to happen? I was on a space the other day and got guys bitching about not having an opportunity. I said, dude, I have 100. And I'm the old guy here. He's like, well, what would you do? And they were talking about food being bad. I'm like, bro, I would go down my neighborhood. I would ask some of my rich neighbors to lease me their property that's sitting next to their house, this is residential. And I'm going to grow organic fruit on there, and I'm going to serve the whole neighborhood. That's a market, man. It's a market. You can make real cash tomorrow morning. You would be helping your community. And that came to my mind just through the discussion. It's not, oh, Gary, that's a great idea. Everyone's trying to do all the fancy shit, dude. There's so many practical things we're going to need. Food, water, handy, just go consolidate a service and provide it to people in your neighborhood. And through that, we'll find, oh, wow, we can grow pomegranates cheaper than they are at the store. In fact, I can't afford them anymore at the store. We need to get to a point, folks, where we don't even demand these products in the store. Like, I should have 2 chickens on my property. Okay, they make eggs. They take care of things. Like, why am I bitching about the price of eggs when I can just go get 2 chickens? That will kill people. Okay, that will kill industries, but other industries are going to pop up from this. I actually believe you're going to end up with millions of significant individual businesses. Like, people will start to take people like me seriously. They'll be like, wow, he's got a cool business, dude. He doesn't have any risk. He's got income, and he doesn't go, let me go hire 42 more people and increase my overhead and reduce for some kind of weird exponential infinite growth. That's the other bullshit Wall Street should have told you guys, the Stanford guys. You cannot continue to increase anything by 4% forever. It is physically impossible. Okay? I don't even understand, why are you guys so smart? You cannot blow into a balloon at any kind of inflation rate forever and expect it to continue to be a balloon.
I think you're right. Everyone just needs to spend a bunch of time thinking about what their local idea is, and then utilize the technology to see what you can scale with it. But it's all we can do. We got decentralized currencies.
And they can do them on a micro level too. You don't even have to start a business, Sam. Some of these things you can just do for yourself, your family. like the chickens. I think some of those things. This is why I'm sorry, Simon. I keep interrupting you, but this is the other side of the demand side. When prices get too high, people start behaving. They come up with really cool solutions. That's where I think we're going, and I think there's some other technology, dude, that no one's ever showed us that actually could reset the game. But we'll still need energy. We'll still need fossil fuel. You're not going to create buildings without concrete, right? And some like concrete's a problem. Where are you going to get all the concrete to build these data centers? Where are you going to get all the water? So this is most certainly going to a big industrial game now. And I think that's just like, okay, countries against countries with 20 top companies in those countries, and they're all dealing with each other. It's highly consolidated, hopefully offering choice to us.
That was a great conversation, Gary. I think I'm going to watch. Suleiman did an interview with David Icke earlier. I haven't watched it yet, so we'll see how it fits in with that conversation. How was it, Suleiman?
Yeah, it was really good. I would say he's like an overlap of your position and like my. It's like basically your position with this idea that actually, because you don't think Zionists are in charge, but it's like actually the Zionists are in charge, and they're kind of like the people on top who's kind of causing all these issues occurring. But then, in the end, the result is the same, and the plan is the same. If that makes sense. And then obviously,
Yeah,
I tell you, I really commend him. You know, he's been made fun of for 30 years, man. You know, when people don't want to stand up for what they believe in, he's an example. I don't know if he's crazy or what. I haven't heard it yet either. Sully, I have to get to it. I got irritated waiting for it while y'all were setting up and his technical difficulties. But dude, I've been listening to him since forever. And it's funny that you said that about Simon, because I'm like, oh yeah, that is he never wavered. You know, that guy, Ike, never wavered. Not sure where he got his information from, but uh, did he talk about feeling like, you know, it's probably a kind of a poison, drinking from a poison chalice, right? Seeing everybody finally agree with him, but it's like they're all taking credit for it. He's not getting any credit for it whatsoever.
yeah. What you call it again? Yeah, I think he's brilliant. I agree with a large amount of what he says. As well, I can only say based on this interview. I basically agree with a large amount of what he said in this interview. I think the bit where he gets attacked on is this kind of non-materialistic aspect, and that's because you can't really test it, right? So that's the like the interdimensional position. But other than that, like I would say other things are just he's getting that one. It'll always be difficult for him to be proved right or wrong. But the rest of it, like his positions are on point, right? He's
Are
like,
you in bed with him on the reptilian thing?
no, not really. I need to probably understand it a lot
See,
better because
see
this is the
now,
first.
see the reptilian thing. I got to say to you, people are going to say that I'm crazy, but the reptilian thing actually is the only thing that makes sense for the behavior that we see. If I remove myself from the opinions of what's right and wrong, and I just look at the behavior, I'm like, well, this is insane, dude. There's something else motivating these people to do this because it is irrational at every level. Very few people are disagreeing with it. It's irrational. You see what I'm saying, Sully? So I think it's worth, dude, that's a big part of his premise, isn't it? I mean, isn't that what you call it, a foundational point of his thesis?
Yeah. I mean, the fact because I mean his position again. I'm not an expert on him, so maybe one of his fans would be better to explain it. I can only base it on the interview that I had today. But his position seems to be, as you said, like there's this interdimensional. Basically, look, I do believe in multi dimensions, right? That's a separate point, so I don't disagree on that. So in terms of multi dimensions, obviously he believes in this alternate dimension. Essentially, is these alternate beings And I think, again, that one people won't find difficult to believe. I think when he describes them as reptilians, for some reason, psychologically, people are like, well, how could they be reptilians? I don't see that being too far-fetched, and I'll explain to you why. I'm not saying I agree with it, because if you agree with the position, which is my position, and it seems to be his position, although it seems to be, but again, correct me if people can correct me if I'm wrong if it's not. But like, I believe that our bodies are but the mentation of our minds. Like, I don't think our bodies are real. They're just an implementation of whatever consciousness is. And so, if that's the case, then that would be the case in other dimensions, and the result of that mentation would be different. And then, why could that result not be lizard? So I don't see something like too crazy out there. And my position on this one, obviously, I don't think it's some wacky position in terms of, uh, if you listen to the interview, I said it to himself. I said it to him, right? I said this because if you don't believe in that position that I'm saying, then the other position is materialism. Materialism is that the body is real. It's legitimate, and the body is the main thing. But if the body is the main thing and everything's about being quantifiable, I mentioned this in the interview. Then why can you not quantify like smell? Why can't you quantify love? Why can't you quantify these type of these type of things? So there's like a certain point where materialism fails, and there is something else which isn't quantifiable. And then there's other arguments for it as well. But coming back to the point,
Couldn't it
so
just be
his thing
jinns,
is this,
Suleiman?
that yep.
Couldn't it just be jinns?
Well, it could be. It could be. That's what my mum says. My mum's like, he's so right. He's so right. He just means jinns. And I know my mum's. So
What's the word you're using? Jinns?
yeah, jinns.
What's that mean?
Simon.
Yeah. As a Muslim, you believe that there are three types. There's humans, there's jinns, and there's angels. And so a jinns would be like a representation. I don't know. How would you describe it,
How
Suleiman?
do you spell it?
In Christianity,
JION.
we say demons. Demons.
Yeah, but in Islam, it's not really demons, you see, because in the Muslim position, they believe they're just alternate beings, because you could be a good jinn and be a bad jinn as well. So it's like,
It's like spiritual. It's like the persona of a person, but without the body. It's like the spiritual aspect, right?
no, it's like a different being. So like the Muslim position is that there was jinns before they were humans, and they used to live on this earth and do the normal things that humans do, and then they're in a different dimensions, and even now they exist and they're in a different dimension, and they still do their normal things, and there'll be like a jinn family, and there could be good ones and bad ones, and the bad ones are called demons and the good ones aren't. And anyway, it's all that stuff. But coming back to the point is, oh yeah, I forgot. Anyway, that was his position. His position is there's the alternate dimension. Those are the people really in charge. And then here they have essentially their viceroys who are basically deciding things or whatever it may be. And that one, he does agree that to an extent that these are like the Zionists who kind of direct things or whatever for them on their behalf. And then he gives one example of the Rothschilds. But yeah, Simon, she was
How
right,
many
by the way.
people did we lose when we started talking about alligators?
True. Just 20.
It's hard to.
So
Do you monitor it that closely?
they're into the alligators.
Well, it would wrap around the whole theory on the Hollywood thing and the blood sucking and the kings and queens.
That's what he mentioned. Yeah, he mentioned that these beings like basically require or want energy, and these are the different ways they get it.
Yeah, one way was emotional, right? They're looshing or something like that. They're picking up the emotions. Plenty of emotions right now.
He Suleiman, he believes that the Rothschild stroke Zionists are top of the chain, yeah? Like,
I believe so. That's the impression I got. But listen back to it, because remember, you're doing an interview. Listen to like, you may miss.
No, I think he actually believes that the and I'm not a David Icke expert, but I've watched enough of his stuff. I think he believes there is another species managing all of those guys. That as you've always said, Simon, hey, it's not, they're not making the decision. And this reptilian thing comes up a lot with Ike.
Yeah. So his position is that these like reptilians or these other beings, but they're in a different dimension, you see. So they need viceroys in this dimension, and the viceroys in these dimension are these kind of Zionist type people. He did
Prince
explicitly say that he
Charles,
doesn't think that
the
all of this is
monarchy, in
based
it.
on
He believes it's the monarchy as well, right? The
the
crown.
monarchy.
Totally, dude. No,
They're the
I'm gonna
reptiles.
try to pull some stuff because I think, Sully, it's
Oh,
interesting
okay.
you didn't get that from because I think, and maybe Tom's got his hand up, maybe he knows, but I could be really wrong, but I think like a part of his deal is now the reptilians are running everybody. And
No, that is his
they,
position, but he does. I don't think he believes that they're in this world because he said they're in
oh
a different
yeah,
dimension.
I've seen him say, hey, he thinks there's actually, a presence in government, like people
Ah, okay.
actually, walking around
He thinks
acting
Bill
up.
Gates is one of them, isn't it? And like Prince Charles, King Charles, and like I think he identifies some that he thinks they are.
No, he didn't mention that in the interview. That's interesting. Be worth asking him again when I get him back on.
Beatrix, are you going to defend the crown?
I am. I was watching a documentary on Princess Diana earlier on today. That's why I was late to the space, and I'm going to defend our royal family. They're not lizards. Disavow.
But she was a resistance, right? They had to take her out.
No, they didn't take her out. They didn't take her out. Intelligence agencies took her out. The royal family did not take her out.
Mossad or CIA or same thing.
Yeah, MI5, MI6, all of them. They took her out. It wasn't the royal family. Leave the royals out of it, Simon.
What
Leave
about
our
what about
royals out of
Michael
it,
Jackson? Was
Simon.
that Rabbi Shmuley?
Oh God, can you imagine how innocent Michael Jackson was to think Shmuley was a friend of his? Gary, did you watch Suleiman's, I don't know if you could call it a
No,
debate, but a comedy session with
give it to
Shmuley?
me.
Oh, did you not watch it? Oh my God, you have to watch it. It was short because Rabbi Shmuley came on all bolstered to plug his book, and he'd cancelled about 4 days running, and I think it's because somebody'd warned him about Suleiman. So he came on with the typical talking points. You have to watch it, Gary. It's comedy gold. It was the best entertainment. Simon watched it in 4K, right, Simon?
Oh, I watched it. Yeah. No, it was brilliant. It was good. That
Can somebody send it to me? I wouldn't know how to find it. Send it to me. I will look at it.
Yeah, Beatrix will DM you.
I'll send it to you. Yeah, I'll send it to you because Simon came on afterwards and we were laughing. It was hilarious. It was really good. I'll send it to you now. I'll DM it to you.
You got 2 homeworks to do, Gary. You got Solomon versus Rabbi Shmuley, and then David Icke. How do we fit all this content in? Like, are we all going to become? We're all working for the algorithm, right? Is that like everyone goes on OnlyFans and we all work for YouTube, and we're all building our social credit score, and like how many people's job is this going to be? Like creating content, isn't it? It's like it's getting wild.
Do you think that's going to happen in the future?
Oh, I
Will
don't think
that
that'll happen, Simon. I think people thinking they're going to be podcasters are going to be like they're going to wake up one morning replaced with 1,000 beautiful, articulate, intelligent people
Wait, what are you talking about?
that
Why are
are
you picking on me
robots.
for, Gary? That's
No,
me.
I'm not banging on you. I think some people
Oh,
will have space, but like there's going to be so many fakes doing much better news than what's happening on X.
But Suleiman will be left. Yeah, he'll be the last man
Well,
standing.
I'll be the last. I'm gonna
what's
be the last
happening on
human
X is
standing.
basically an extension of what happens at Thanksgiving and Christmas with families every day, every hour, and that's just not going to live, right? It's like I want some good news. I don't care if a robot gives it to me. I care less. Hey, can I just tell you guys? I pulled up this information
Oh
on
my
Ike.
God, Gary! Don't trust the robots. This is what you're
Yo,
doing. Why are you
yo,
telling the people to trust them?
dude. Based on
Are you
my
an agent
experience,
for Elon Musk?
I'm going to trust the robots and the
Oh
reptilians
my
more
God,
than the
Gary! You
human.
sold out.
Okay, British author Ike, this is his theory. The reptilians' origin and nature describes them as a tall, blood-drinking, flesh-eating extraterrestrial or interdimensional reptilian beings, sometimes called reptoids, draconians, or linked to an ancient Archons or the Anunnaki. They supposedly come from Alpha Draconis, star system or exist outside normal human perception in frequencies just beyond visible light. They can shift between reptilian and human form. How they rule the elite. Are you guys interested in this?
Keep going.
These beings, for their hybrid descendants, have interbred with humans over thousands of years, creating reptilian bloodlines. The result is a hidden Babylonian brotherhood or Illuminati like network that holds key positions in government, banks, media, and royalty. Ike names specific families and figures, including Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Bushes, British royal family, and ancient dynasties like the Merovingians as examples of these hybrids or possessed individuals. They allegedly manipulate world events, world economics, war, crises to generate fear and negative energy, which the reptilians feed on like a resource. It's called looshing. Broader control mechanisms. Ike says the global conspiracy against humanity, reptilians supposedly hide in underground bunkers or areas, caves. There's no credible evidence. Skeptics, mainstream sources label it as a hoax or pseudoscience, sometimes criticizing for overlapping anti-Semitic. Oh, here we go. Anti-Semitic tropes. Polls have shown a small percentage of people, around 4% in one U.S. survey, believe lizard people controlling the world, but it's widely dismissed. So 4% of the U.S. believe in reptilians. Wow, that's really amazing to me. It's that high. All right, that's all I got for you guys.
Cool. Shout out to no, but I remember him distinctly saying as well. I think he does. He's like, yeah, the reptilians control things, and then they've got like viceroys on Earth, and their reasoning isn't solely based on like ideology or finance. Actually, so that bit he disagrees with both of us. Actually, Simon, it's more like to essentially have control over people, to use them as kind of like energy
Isn't it
conduits.
Satan worship? Or is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but so he says even Satan worship is a form to try and get energy, and so in the end, do you remember the Matrix where everyone's just plugged into like some, and you just use as a battery? Simon, did you ever watch Matrix?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what his. Look, I'm not an expert. I'm only basing it on this interview, but it seems like that's what his theory is. Like the end goal to get us controlled in a Palantir state is there. So you get that now without it, but like you basically connect the human with the AI, and then that's what the kind of final optimum result would be. Is basically what I think his position is. Because the aim is to just feed these lizard people.
But isn't Trump taking on the lizard people and he's going to go to Israel and he's going to bring back the Messiah?
Oh
And
no, no,
we
his
should all get
position is
behind
same
him?
as ours. His position same as ours. Like Trump's not
Yeah,
like
not
he
in his
won't.
position. Sorry, I was
Oh.
the Manco position, maybe. Or the.
Nah, bro. I don't know. Mango seemed a bit dejected today. He was like, "Nah, Trump's like gonna just bend the knee to China, and he always bends the knee, and these type of things." He wasn't too positive about Trump in terms of his what
Yeah.
he's doing in China.
But there is a serious cult believing that like Trump was sent down from God in order to bring back the Messiah, and he's the chosen one to deliver like Israel. Like there's a serious cult that like really have created some crazy ass story around Trump.
There's a big
It's not
like
getting. It's not expanding though. I can assure you.
Yeah, definitely. No, it's definitely getting smaller.
there's like a big group of people as well who believe that like Trump's basically right now playing like 5D chess, and he's taken on this is all about like taking on China and these type of things.
Yeah, no, they think that he's taken down the crown and the British, and everything's about taking on British power, I think, and he's replacing it with American nationalism. I think there's a whole people that believe every single move is that.
You know, guys. Sully, to your point, I woke up this morning thinking, okay, maybe I'm wrong, man. Maybe this guy's got like he's 6 deep and you know, six deep. We're using chess analogies, right? And then I think of Putin. I'm like, Trump and Putin playing chess. Let me see. Anyway, that was a little side humor. I would love to believe that I am just dumb and I don't get it, or I lost trust or something, man. But like, I have looked at this every angle possible. Like, I'm a very loyal human being. And I can't be loyal when I see an idiot doing idiot things. And the whole group. And I'm not calling him an idiot. I think he's a brilliant man. Okay, but in this, like, doesn't mean brilliant men don't. Nikola Tesla died broke, so doesn't mean they're unflawed. But I think people have to just like, oh, hey, maybe this is weird, or this is why I brought up the reptilian story, because when you look at the behavior, when I look at the behavior, and you look at, okay, what must be the motivations? You're like, dude, you're trying to take a putt that is so long, you're never going to make it. You're going to look stupid. I just don't understand what they're doing, and or why. And that says to me, hey, there must be a block, a little black box somewhere where there's some missing information you and I have, because these problems continue to exacerbate. They're not going away. So maybe an Ike, maybe there's some other entity, some other group we know nothing about. You can't explain it any other way. Can you?
I mean, my view. I think it's the Zios. I think it's the Zios. They're literally controlling everything. They've directed everything. They've directed ideas, thoughts, governments,
Dude, you're
ideologies,
giving them
religion,
the very
sects.
credit they say they deserve, which is they
Sorry?
are superior. As a small population, you're agreeing with them that that small group of people are in control of the whole planet, and that means they're smarter than we are, the rest of the world. Maybe that's where they need to be, man, if they're on the top of the food chain.
Well, I
Hard for me
think
to believe, personally.
well, there's two things on that. First of all, I don't think they're small in number as per the claim is, but that being said, that's a separate point. But I think if they do have a certain characteristic that you need, uh, being Machiavellian. You have to, and it's not a skill that everyone can possess. It is this
Fair enough.
ability to, because for example, it's this ability to work in the like. For example, I think I'm quite smart, but I don't think I could do that because it means like I'm too open, I'm too transparent. You got to have that skill where you're Machiavellian, you're working in the shadows, you're pushing things and directing it. You're not letting people know that you're doing it. Like, I'd be like, guess what, guys? I made Gary do, like, you know what I mean? I'd be like, so you've got to have a certain, like, there's a certain kind of trait you need to possess that most don't have. Not most, but not everyone has. And so I think definitely in that aspect, definitely they're the best. And by Zionists, and so I do think that, like, for example, there's just too much happening in too many of the other religions where these random people had like these epiphanies or changed direction, and the entire direction of those religions change. And I think there was just way too much direction going on from the start. So I think I agree with Ike in that sense that everything was planned, everything was decided, everything was directed, everything was maneuvered. There was like a blueprint. I agree with that. I just think, and I think it seems like, again, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not an expert on him, but it seems like he agrees that they're like they're the ones doing it in this world, but then he thinks that there's the interdimensional, the lizards that are actually directing them, whereas I think that they're doing it themselves here. But that's the only difference.
Yeah, don't you think though that Zionism was just a psyop for Jews and political Islam was a psyop for Muslims, and you can see the same in Christianity, and like the just Zionism was just a branch of how to brainwash the Jews and the Christians.
So I guess when I say Zionism, I don't actually mean like Jews or like I mean like I actually mean like Jewish supremacists. Now, I don't think that they're just like uh I think that they may have, like, for example, these supremacists may have created Zionism as well in order to get to what they want, but they also directed other kind of ideas and thoughts and perspectives. And I don't even think it's just, did you say political Islam extremism? I don't even think it's just that. Like if you look at, for example, some of the biggest branches in Islam, it's like some unknown person who becomes like the father of that science. You look at some big branches in Christianity, it's like some either unknown person or some guy who has an epiphany. Like this happens just way too much in all the religions, where the entire direction of a religion changes based on these epiphanies, these unknown people. I don't know. I mean, I know people don't like to question it, but and I know people are not ready for the conversation, but I think that just doesn't happen accidentally, where you look at every single one of these instances in history and it's just like everything's been directed. And for me, directed away from some of the more important things. Like I'm a big believer. So I agree with, we were in agreement with David Icke when he said that like ideology, religion, basically he says it's like a prison, mind prison. I said to him, like the term I used to use in the past, like 10 years ago, I wrote a paper, is the captive mind. But it is to like control your mind, is to make sure you're not an individual thinker. I actually think that a big part of what you are, your consciousness, your like for example your consciousness, your soul, is to be an individual thinker. And this is why I respect you, Simon, because even though I may disagree with your position, and even though you may get a flag from a lot of people, you still have your individual position, right? And I have like to be an individual thinker, to be have individual thought, to read knowledge and not have any barriers because you know your mind is not captive. I actually believe that's a big part of the reason why we've been created, is to transcend, is your consciousness to transcend or your soul to transcend, and a part of that is knowledge. And I think when these ideologies, because remember, if you just take Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, that's like the vast majority of the world. They've already, if you're able to control those religions, in terms of, by the way, I'm a Muslim, I believe Islam is right, but I'm talking about like the prevalent kind of beliefs most people follow. Uh, is you're able to control and keep their mind captive, and they're like, oh, you're like, okay, bro, like you'll speak to some of these people and you'll be like, isn't that a bit dumb? Like, you believe that, but it makes no sense. They're like, oh yeah, but my scholar believes this, or this scholar from 600 years ago said it, so it must be right. And it's like captive mind. So and so yeah, I do think that that goes again, I don't know where I got on the strand, but you get my point about, so I agree with him that these ideologies do create like a captive mind. And it's important to break out from that. And the reason they want to keep the captive mind is because you don't use that. You don't think outside the box. Because if you don't think outside the box, you're just going to accept what's already been told.
Yeah, no, I agree. Every political movement coincides with a scripture that was written by people and has a very, very obfuscated story of how that text got there. Whether it be Hadith, Gospels, Torahs, whatever. But yeah, I do agree that there's belief, and then there's the politicization of all of those religions to create a control grid, a structure, and an ideology behind resource acquisition. And so it's worked time and time and time and time again, and you can see it throughout history, throughout empire, throughout monarchy. You can just see it time and time again. And when you actually look back and say, who wrote this? It's a deeply interesting question, and it always coincides with some kind of resource acquisition or a need to govern and control to get people to kill each other.
You know what, Simon? I agree with a lot of what you say, but this Zionism thing, right? I think there's a middle ground because, like, people equate Zionism to either just Jews, which I don't think is correct because there's a lot of Jewish people who are not Zionist, and there's a lot of Christians and Muslims who are, so it's not to do with a specific religion. Then people equate it to just one nation, which is Israel, which I also don't think is correct because our countries are occupied by Zionists. It's not Israel. We do exactly the same thing, albeit masked in kind of democracy and human rights and freedom of speech or whatever, but the same crimes that Israel does. And then when you say the corporations like the MIC and the FIC and stuff, they're the ones who are really in charge. and they're the ones who support Israel, and they could change that landscape tomorrow. That's possibly true, but the Mick and the Fick and stuff, it's all part of the Zionist machine. Because if you take somebody at the top of Mick or Fick, they're not going to think any different to a Zionist in any one of these nations. So I think it's part of the same machinery. It's an ideology. India, classic example. The top of India is 100% Zionist playbook. 100%. So I think it's like a broader perspective than just one nation. And what makes me think that is when you put it down to one man, Netanyahu, this whole thing that's happening in the Middle East is like, it's the Zionists behind it. It's not one man, Netanyahu could not have made this happen. It's the Mick and the Fig. And they're like sponsors, these big corporations that make up these corporate kind of structures are the Zionist machinery that have, orchestrated Israel becoming what it is to destroy or to do warfare in the Middle East. And then, that question that Gigi asked you earlier about, I can't remember, but how she phrased it, but about equating Iran with Israel, how do you differentiate? In my mind, I see like all these countries as almost equivalent to corporations. And I think some corporations have done their business, if you want to call it that, through warfare and murder and bloodshed. And some corporations have done their business through strategy, but they're still both doing their business. You know what I mean? They're still trying to progress their corporations, but they're just using different tools in their toolbox to do it. And then when we look at it, we see it as, more pro-humanity and more anti-humanity. And, it's not as black and white as the way I see it.
Yeah, and I think if you look across the shareholder class, like that control or own the vast majority of those companies in terms of shareholding, I think you'll see whatever you want to call it. So someone like, I think David Icke would call it some reptilian people that control a committee of 300 that then has a Club of Rome and Jesuits and various other things. But if you look across that shareholder class, I think they would all laugh at Zionism as an ideology. And they would just look at it and say, ha ha, look at all those idiots that believe all this BS. And they all think that this is gonna and so it's just one of their tools of control. But if you look across the shareholder class, you'll find the remnants of the rich and wealthy from previous empires, new empires, rising empires, and I don't think you would find that common ideology. I think you just find a bunch of people that say, okay, Zionism worked for this long and it tricked this many people. And now maybe it's not useful anymore. So let's use it for as long as we can, and let's use it to construct something else. And then, but the end game is a global control grid, no doubt about it, which is this whole AI thing, and a global governance structure anyway, an attempt at it. But I think Zionism is just one of their tools.
Can I add something in here, please, Suleiman, if you don't want to continue something else? As a Persian and Sufi, I also Zoroastrianism in Iran, we also believe in other dimension and other entities, not exactly reptilian or jinns and peris and fairies, but the most important things for any human and in any religion is to make your alliance or allegiance actually to the good part, to the good one. That's what we give energy to, whatever other dimension there is, which I believe there is another dimension, and there are. But every single one of us, with our action, we actually make good or bad more powerful. Zionism, the shape we know now that is clear to us, wants the destruction of all other nations and all other humans and all other religion. And so that's not the good part for sure. So it is important for us now with the age of AI that we even pick the AI that we think it's better than the other. It's not always clear what is evil or what is good, but at least we can see, for example, between ChatGPT and Sam Altman and Dario Amadi, we can tell that one is more aligned with humanity and one is more pro not selling all the technology to kill human without any say, and one is just for profit. So we have to pick things. It's important for us to pick the right that we think at least is right. And um, Iranian deeply believe in that. I mean, no matter what religion they have, it's an old cultural thing that comes from thousands and thousands before Islam through Zoroastrianism. So when I was asking Simon how we differentiate between the acts of Iranian government and Trump and America, that I see that in Iran today, whether we are pro or against what is happening in Iran, there is more alliance with the good than the evil. Versus Zionist Israel, there is more alliance with the evil than the good. At least that's clear.
Yeah, by the way, I agree with that. And I think the real battle in my head anyway is that it's actually the community led decentralized movements versus the centralizing forces. And nation state is a centralizing force. And, you know, from a spiritual perspective, I feel like a nation state is an obfuscation between you and your relationship with God. And it's another form of control to get in the way of that by saying you must be loyal to your nation state, and it drives like the worst types of behavior in humans often as well, and some very admirable qualities. But in the end, if you look at that AI, that whole thing, like for me, my lifetime work for 25 years was trying to understand central banking. And it wasn't until I realized there was a decentralized exit grid that kind of got my attention, which was the Bitcoin thing. And then I've seen Bitcoin become more centralized as a way of trying to combat it, but still keep the decentralized for elites that want to exit. I think that same thing happens with AI. And so, yes, we are being presented with CCP version of AI or Zionism version of AI or something, you know, inherently manipulative and controlling. But at the same time, the controllers want an elite exit as well. And so there is a power in everybody running their own, you know, LLMs on their own servers. And that's what we learned from the Bitcoin experiment. And that creates a resistance against the centralizing artificial intelligence. And so at some point, you have to use technology against itself and recognize that they do leave escape valves because the elites also want the escape valve. Is why, like, you know, the remnants of the British Empire was a bunch of islands where elites could escape. And the reason they kept those was they wanted tax evasion to exist. They wanted a place of safety to exist, and they wanted things for themselves. And so I see that, like, with the whole Bitcoin and self custody thing, and I think we're going to see the same. And the resistance against all of this is that we build these community structures. And even Gary, he came and said, you know, hey, if I were broke and a student right now and I didn't know what to do, would I go to university for 3 years? Or would I go to my neighbor, say, hey, you've got spare land, can I grow some organic food, and we'll figure out how to do a profit share and distribute like healthy foods, and figure out a supply chain and connect it to another farmer in Yemen or something like that. And so those are how we need to deal with these centralizing forces. And so AI is a battle of centralization versus decentralization to utilize it for good, as I see it.
100%. And each one of us have to learn how to have Bitcoin in self-custody. I cannot emphasize enough on that. And I'm not here to promote Bitcoin at all.
Oh my God, Gigi, they got you on board as well.
No, I've been on board since my my only saving when I was leaving Iran when they were Iraqis were bombarding Tehran, and the only bank that I had money in completely demolished in front of my face. It's called Bank Tijarat, and I had some money there, and I was going to take it. That bank bombarded and went into fire in front of my face, completely gone. I went to Bitcoin much earlier, Suleiman, because as a Persian that left Iran with $100 in my pocket, and that was just given to me by different family members, so I'm not starving to death, and I had to leave because I was fighting against anyway. I wanted really open I wanted democracy. Nonetheless, I don't want to go there. But with the person, for the person who left Iran with that amount of money and built my life, I knew that any time another bank can go on fire, and I have to protect my asset as little as it is for my children and for that day. And I see it happening now. I see it happening all around the world. You never know when your bank, not the physical bank, but your bank is going to cut in fire and everything that you have is gone. So no, Suleiman, I've been in Bitcoin. I've been a believer, and I really, and it's really served me well. And that's why I want to spread the word. I told everyone around me when I found it, and it took me months to read about it and to watch different documentary to understand it. I was good at math, but I still need to understand it. I'm really I think it's very important for your sovereignty, for everyone's sovereignty in this unpredictable world, to just at least give the Bitcoin some thought and some just go and study and see what it is. And it's very important. I really do feel it's very important.
And by the way, just today, Anthropic came out and said anybody that has bought shares without our permission or has bought them without coming and getting our approval are not your shares. And there is billions of dollars of value that has been transacted through SPV structures and secondary shares. And Anthropic has just come along and said, we don't recognize those shares. And that's what happened to Iran. Iran, as a nation state, owns all of its Bitcoin today. It lost all of its tether. It lost anything else that had a freeze function. And at the end of the day, I think the reason that Iran was able to survive internally and legally was because they were able to fire up those nuclear power plants and plug them into some Bitcoin miners, and that allowed them to create an internal economy that couldn't be confiscated through the freeze functions, but their tether was confiscated.
100%, Simon. Iranian, even normal Iranian, they have been surviving on mining Bitcoin for the last many years. With all the sanction that is going on, I have friends, I have children of friends that they only survive because they mine Bitcoin, and Bitcoin has been good for many countries like that. When they confiscate all your assets, whether individually or in a country, if there is an centralized means of value that you can save and protect your wealth, it's no brainer. You have to understand it, and you have to take it to your self custody, and you have to own it.
I just want to put a disclaimer out there for anyone listening to this space. Nothing that we're saying is talking about how to circumvent sanctions. If you circumvent sanctions, there's serious legal consequences. It's seriously, all we're talking about is how people can use it legally. And circumventing sanctions has serious legal consequences, and you should investigate it. Nothing we're saying is advice around circumventing sanctions before the Zios start to say it.
Golden points, Simon. Thanks for protecting me and all of us. Exactly. I don't even know what sanctions are. Like, what are sanctions? Let's go to Tom. Tom, jump in. And we're not even heard from Cyrus yet. So Tom and then Cyrus, and then we have got the interviews coming up hopefully at some point as well. But go ahead, Tom, and then Cyrus.
Cool, Suleiman. How's everyone doing? Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, I came in because earlier I heard Gary mentioned an interesting idea having to do with how these, there's some sense or some logic in the notion or idea that reptiles or some non-human force, right, would have to be behind. I'm guessing, Gary, you were talking about a lot of these agendas that seem to be being implemented through creative means like the energy crisis that's being ushered in. And
Well, and the amount
it's
and the amount of
interesting.
people that seem to fall in track, right? Like everybody seems to fall into their spell.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought process when you look at it that way, because there's a lot of logic in that. When you look at the possible downstream effects of this energy crisis and a lot of the other issues that are being conjured up deliberately, not through incompetence, because the military commanders advised the Trump administration very clearly what the consequences of attacking Iran in the way that they did would be, and they went through with it anyway. So when you look at it that way, it does boggle the mind that thoughtful beings, which all these people are human at the end of the day, obviously, wouldn't understand that there's a certain amount of chaos that upon sowing or putting into effect, there's no complete guarantee you're going to be able to get control of it and steer it in the direction you want it to move so you can get whatever end result you want or outcome you want out of the situation. So I don't get it either, but I don't think it's, David Icke, interesting. I didn't get to hear the interview. Suleiman, by the way, good interviews recently. This is getting very, very entertaining. The quantity of interviews that you're producing recently has been very, very high quality. But no, I don't ascribe to that theory at all. I mean, I think it might be a euphemism for another power structure that he might not have wanted to name. Who knows? But yeah, I'm not an Ike expert by any stretch of the imagination, though. But yeah, that's what I wanted to chime in with. But Gary, I mean, is that basically, did I kind of pick up on what you were essentially putting down there?
I
Not
think
so
I
much.
think the when you look at downstream results of what should occur and the risks you're taking, you have to ask yourself, logical, intelligent people would not be making this decision unless we're unaware, like my children are unaware. I make decisions sometimes that may seem stupid to them, but I know, hey, we're not going to that gas station, we're going to get robbed. I don't know. It just seems like look, when a problem doesn't disappear, it's because you haven't actually found the right problem. You're actually just dealing with a symptom. So this problem continues to exasperate. That tells me somebody else is stirring the pot. Something, some agenda that you and I are not aware of, or group of people.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I could venture to guess if Suleiman doesn't mind. I don't want to create too many problems. But yeah, look, I think the people that are running Trump, because Trump clearly is not his own man. He's not running the show. He's taking orders. He's following certain plans that have been in place for a very long time. And he's doing essentially what he's been instructed to do. And we could speculate as to why, but I think that's been done enough recently. Including today, I think I've heard it covered a couple of times. But what if the people around Trump do have some eschatological end times sort of biblical revisionist prophecy that they want to enact in real time? And that's the reason we're seeing all these steps that seem to make no sense if you're looking at this as a business person. If you're looking at this as an economist, if you're looking at this as just a pragmatic thinker. But when you take a look at what a lot of these guys that are very close to Trump potentially are interested in doing, a lot of what we're
let's
seeing
go
actually
to
starts to make a lot of
Cyrus.
sense. So who knows?
And by the way, guys, we've still got a
We've
huge
got
lineup.
a few people
Tonight,
up here that are probably
we've
more
got still
qualified to talk about this
Ryan
than I am. So.
Dawson, Lieutenant
let's go
CIA
to,
agent Larry Johnson,
Cyrus.
and
by the way, guys, we've still got a huge
Professor
lineup.
Robert Pape. Professor Robert Pape,
Tonight,
as you know, has gone
we've
extremely
got
viral
still
for his
Ryan
position.
Dawson.
He believes that the
Lieutenant,
US and Iran
CIA
are in an
agent Larry
escalation
Johnson
trap, and that
and
escalation trap
Professor
is going to
Robert
result
Pape. Professor
in
Robert Pape, as you know,
ground
has gone
invasion.
extremely
So we're going to get
viral
him on. We're going to
for his
speak to him.
position.
It's
He
going to be
believes
interesting. He's super
that
viral.
the US
Like
and
when you hear
Iran
anybody
are in
mention
an
the word
escalation
escalation
trap,
trap,
and
they're
that
essentially
escalation
quoting
trap
him.
is
So
gonna
that's going to be
result
fire. So that's
in
those interviews are
ground
coming in about
invasion. So
15
we're gonna
minutes or
get him
so.
on. We're gonna
But go
speak to
ahead
him.
and
It's
jump
gonna
in,
be
Cyrus. Give us your
interesting.
thoughts.
He's super viral. Like when you hear anybody mention the word escalation trap, they're essentially
You like him as well,
quoting
don't you? You mentioned him.
So
You
that's
mentioned
going
him
to
a
be
few
fire.
times.
So those interviews are coming in about 15 minutes or so. But go ahead and jump in, Cyrus. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, Suleiman, thanks for having me. To take
You
off
like
words.
him as well, don't you? You mentioned him. You mentioned him a few times as well.
Yes, he's a heavyweight in the game, and the best theorists admit that the most condensed and accurate theory you can come up with is only 70% accurate. That's why these conversations are so fun, and we have our debates and back and forths. But the best theorists admit that the most condensed and accurate theory you can come up with is only 70% accurate. That's why these conversations are so fun, and we have our debates and back and forths, and try to make these predictive analysis. But yeah, Robert, he's super legit, and I can't wait to hear the interview, Suleiman, especially your interview techniques and the way you do it is awesome, man. You get a lot of information out in such a short time. It's really cool to watch it. Back to what Tom was saying, I think the eschatology definitely is a piece of it. As I like to look at documented evidence. One of them would be a meeting between Netanyahu and Rabbi Schneerson of Chabad Lubavitch. And essentially, the rabbi urges Netanyahu that although he's doing a good job, he's not doing a good job enough to hasten the coming of the Messiah, right? And these are fringe sects that have accumulated power within Judaism and other religions, as you witnessed Pete Hegseth asking for a miracle, praying for a miracle for the third temple to be built, right? So it's not unique to the Jewish religion that there's some sects that develop. The issue is the concentration of power and the access they have to decision makers in secular democracies like the United States. That's my issue with it. I have no issue with people feeling supreme. You could be a Hindu supremacist, you could be a neo-Nazi supremacist, you could be whoever, a Muslim supremacist. You can believe whatever you want. I think that's very shallow, to think you're better than anybody. But supremacy, supremacist ideology has existed since time immemorial. So the issue is, these people should not be given power. So I think what's interesting is the United States, with our checks and balances system, was designed to prevent this, and it still wasn't able to prevent it, right? So I think, as Gary so concisely put earlier, and it's one of my favorite quotes, power corrupts absolutely, and absolute power, or rather, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. I think that's the end. That's the really condensed form of what we're talking about. It's supremacy. It's elite groups that have formed. In this case, it's secular Jews that are quite powerful in these circles. I think there's many others. This started in the 1500s. You have the Knights Templar, and you have the 33rd degree Masons, right? And these are all Kabbalists that have this very mysticism, Jewish mysticism as undertones. But any legitimate ultra-Orthodox or Hasidic Jew will renounce that as apostasy, as lunacy, right? So it's not true Judaism. And the average Jew who's working as an accountant, as a lawyer, as a doctor, as a teacher, whatever, they don't benefit from quote unquote Jewish supremacy. It's these elites that are sucking the world dry. It just happens in this phase of our human history. Call it, although it started in the 1500s, let's say it really gained steam in the 1800s and 1900s, right? And then now we're seeing it at its maximum power. This is this phase, right? There were phases before. You had the Mongols invade Persia and the rest of the Levant and parts of Russia and caused havoc, right? So evil has been, and many other groups, right? Not unique to the Mongols or the Israelis, right? The issue is we are living in 2026 and we have all this knowledge from the past. We've witnessed the human suffering. We have it on video now from World War II and on. It really hurts the average person because the average person is born with a moral compass pointing north, right? When we watch a kid get sniped and the soldier laugh about it, that cuts through every bit of our soul, right? That's uniform across any decent person. So what indicates that these powers are evil, right? They do it on purpose. There's a sadistic element, and they televise it, they videotape it. That's what's unique in this case. That it's so blatant. This is a way of boasting. Look how powerful we are. We can desecrate humanity, and you're not going to do anything about it, right? So that's what cuts so deep. And hence, I think they've crossed that threshold where it's so blatant that the good folks around the world from all countries, all walks of life, right? We're waking up to this evil that's ever so present in our lives, and we're pushing back in any way we can. I mean, some people just spontaneously show up on these spaces, speak their heart. They just don't know where else to go, right? So this is just it's a human desire to surround ourselves with people that share our views and fight the good fight. So I think ultimately, as we've witnessed, evil forces have never been able to maintain power for a long time because the greater good, right? The greater humanity is good. So when you have these small groups that are elites and they're imposing on us in these very subversive, hidden ways, right? It has an expiration date, right? So I'm always cautiously optimistic. With all the knowledge I have of what's going on, I would be one of the most depressed human beings in the world if I didn't have that internal optimism for good to prevail. And you can call it religion, call it faith, call it whatever, right? But if you have that internal light, that you see that light in other people, just rest assured, hold on to your convictions and just keep pushing. Don't be demoralized. You have good days, you have bad days, but ultimately good will prevail, as we've witnessed through history. Evil cannot hold the helm for indefinitely.
Thanks, Osiris. Let's go to who's not spoken yet. I don't want to welcome Dr. Michael on as well. Dr. Michael, how are you doing? Give us your thoughts. And
enjoy the ride while we're here. I'll land it there.
Have what's his name again? Ryan coming on. Go ahead. Thanks, Osiris. Let's go to who's not spoken yet. I don't want to welcome Dr. Michael on as well. Dr. Michael, how are you doing? Give us your thoughts, and then we'll go to Jing, and then we're gonna have what's his name again? Ryan coming on. Go ahead.
Hey,
appreciate you, Dr. Michael. Let's go to Jing. Jing, jump in.
Great for keeping the space open, and I've just listened for a while and come in whenever I feel I have something to say.
Appreciate you, Dr. Michael. Let's go to Jing. Jing, jump in.
Yeah. So I just want to add a couple of things. I would listen to the conversation between Simon and the Mancos, and in my mind, hands down, Simon is wrong. This is what Mancos doesn't understand. So basically, for industrial production, there's one thing that's Mancos totally missed. So whenever we talk about a product, industrial product on the market, unless it's 100% consumer goods, they all go through a life cycle of continuous upgrade. So in 1996, Toyota Camry is totally different from a 2026 Toyota Camry. There are many new parts, many new components, many things added to it. You just could not foresee 1996. So because of that, the outsourcing, moving American manufacturing out to China created one situation, which is a very significant, and I would say growing part of the parts used to assemble the products are manufactured in China. And because of that, unless you do something to move the production back, manipulating currency, exacting tariff, all these things only do so much. These things are not going to move back. Why? Because you need a network, you need a production, you also need many skilled operators to make this work. For example, if you want to make the parts using 2026 Toyota Camry, you need to have operators operating machines, knowing how to turn the design into the parts usable for that car. Unless you can do that, that your design is worthless. So because of that, exacting tariff and doing all these things does only one thing. They just go to a different place where the burden is lighter to create the same part. They're not going to move these operators into the United States overnight. There's no way. So just because of that, what Simon is describing will happen. What Mancos is describing will not happen. That's number one. And number two, that goes to the AI. So the AI strategy between China and the United States are totally different. Let's look at 2025. In year 2025, US investment in AI is 20 times that of China. But China is right now closing the gap very quickly. Why? Because they pursue different strategies. The US strategy is basically going after AGI, creating super intelligence machine generated. China's AI strategy is very different. Basically, that's what's called AI plus. So basically, they're using AI as an add-on, as basically I would say a power magnifier adding on to the existing process to make the production process more intelligent. China can do that, the United States cannot. Why? Because so many parts are manufactured in China. So China can do that, say, we can use AI to make the production of the parts more efficient. Well, the US does not have such a production base here in this country. So therefore, you don't have that choice. That's also why, if you look at China's investment on AI and the US investment on AI, the United States is 20 times of China. China is 5% of the US. However, the gap is very quickly closing. And this is also why, when you look at who are not invited, Jensen Huang, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, basically that is telling me, basically in China, there's a saying, if you are not at the table, you're on the menu. China may not think Google, Microsoft, Jensen Huang's company, Amazon on the table. They used to be the diners at the table. Now they're on the menu. On the menu meaning between these 17 entities and China, things will be carved out. And basically, those companies not invited are not seen as the participant to carve out the cake. You are part of the cake being carved out. That's my interpretation. And also, I want to make one or two corrections. Number one, Jensen Huang. Jensen Huang is from Taiwan. He's not 100% not related to China. So in Taiwan, its constituency, you can view it this way. 40% of the constituency, when they look at China and Taiwan, it's more like South Korea versus North Korea, East Germany versus West Germany. So that's 40%. The other 30% view China's relationship with Taiwan is more like the United States and Great Britain, or let's say Australia versus New Zealand. Then the next 20% is kind of in between. So it's not that he's not 100% related. He is related in a different way, in a very subtle way. That's the first thing. The second thing is basically someone said, so all the investors will be at the table. The CCP officials will be serving them. Not exactly. If you look at, for example, the shareholding structure, CCP made it very, very clear. We welcome international investors to come in. However, the state need to control the majority of the company. So let's take a look at the Sinopec, which used to be Warren Buffett's darling. So Sinopec, 75% is held by the Chinese state. They have their entity created. Basically, that entity is not only a shareholder, but also part of the regulatory body. Then about 21% is dished out to international investors, institutional investors, like for example, the sovereignty fund from the Gulf state or the United States or whatever, then the rest 4% is given to basically the individual investors. You can subscribe. Basically how much you pay to get a 10% of a stake is vastly different. But China will always make sure the state controls a decisive majority of the shares, especially when it comes to banking, road construction, railway, airport, airline, all these what they call the industries associated with the national interest, the military complex. So that's my point. That's it. That's all what I have.
Thank you for that, Jing. Let me just get some news as well, just before Ryan Dawson comes on. The news is this. Trump is not happy that people know Iran is winning. He said, quote, when the fake news says that the Iranian enemy is doing well, militarily against us, it's virtual treason. In that is such a false and even preposterous statement, they are aiding and abetting the enemy. All it does is give Iran false hope when none should exist. These are American cowards that are rooting against our country. Iran had 159 ships in their navy. Every single ship is now resting at the bottom of the sea. They have no navy. The air force is gone. All technology is gone. Their leaders are no longer with us. And the country is an economic disaster. Only losers, ingrates, and fools are able to make a case against America. President Donald J. Trump. Tom, any response for your treasonous
definitely.
acts?
Yeah.
Any points for your treason?
Yeah, brother, that irritated me enough to the point where I was going to chime in, regardless of whether you call on me next. Thank you. Look, I've never rooted against our armed forces, nor would I.